On this episode, we're talking about sorry. It seems like the list is incomplete. From room-sized computers to desk-sized, and now portable laptops that fit on your lap, technology has come a long way. Today's laptops are smaller, more powerful, and more convenient than ever before. In this episode, we'll be looking at laptops, cars, and tires. It all starts with a bunch of raw materials that are collected from various sources. These materials vary in composition and are often shipped from different parts of the world. The materials are then brought to a factory to begin their transformation. The raw materials are put through a special machine that blends them together and creates a sort of dewy substance, a kind of like Play-Doh, but not as tasty. We take this dewy substance and pour it in a giant mold that shapes it into the desired form. The mold is so huge, it takes up almost the entire factory floor. Once the molding process is complete, the newly shaped object is moved to another area of the factory where it's covered in a special liquid that gives it a glossy finish. It's kind of like putting on lipstick before a big night out. After the liquid coating is applied, the object is then baked in a super hot oven. The temperatures in this oven are so high, it could probably cook a Christmas turkey in about 30 seconds. Once the baking process is complete, the object is covered in a special powder that adds texture and color. It's like getting a fancy makeover from a professional makeup artist. The object is then subjected to a special treatment that helps it to harden and set. This is where it really becomes a sturdy and durable product ready for use in all sorts of situations. Finally, the product is packaged up and shipped out to stores all over the world, where it will continue to give people smiles, laughter, and joy for years to come. Sorry, it seems like the list isn't complete. What exactly is this mysterious object that we're making in the factory? Well, I can't say for sure, but let's just say that it makes for a pretty darn fun game on a Saturday night. It's none other than a giant, life-size Jenga tower. And that Jenga blocks could go through such an amazing transformation before they made it to your game night tables. So next time you're playing Jenga, just remember, it's a lot more than just a wooden block game. It's a high-tech, wacky, and wonderful creation that's been through quite the production process. Laptops. When it comes to gaming gear, durability is key to ensure that avid gamers can play without worrying about breakage. Car tires. Get ready, folks, because it's time to put the pedal to the metal and hit the road. Toothbrushes. Join us as we explore the remarkable journey of an average person's oral hygiene. Throughout their lifetime, they will devote more than 3,300 hours to the essential task of brushing their teeth. On this episode, we're talking about smart toothbrush that tracks your brushing habits, the benefits of going brush-free. Check. The lure of tracking your brushing progress in a digital repository. Check. The convenience of having a toothbrush that records your brushing habits. 100% check. And for those of you who are just getting started, don't forget our newest invention, a smart toothbrush that tracks your brushing habits. It all starts with the production of the bristles for our cutting-edge smart toothbrush. But these aren't just any regular bristles, they are infused with special magical particles that detect your brushing movements. Then it's time to create the handle of the toothbrush. We use a team of magical woodworkers who harvest the rarest trees in enchanted forest. They shape the handles into a sleek, ergonomic design that fits perfectly in your hand. Our engineers get to work installing the high-tech sensors that detect every single movement of the brush. They make sure that every tiny detail of your brushing habits can be tracked and analyzed, so you can improve your dental hygiene like magic. Once the sensors are installed, it's time to put everything together and test it out. We run each toothbrush through a series of intense magical tests to ensure that it meets our high standards. We even have a team of dragons who breathe fire onto the toothbrushes to make sure they can withstand extreme temperatures. Now that the toothbrushes have passed the tests, it's time to package them up. We use special boxes made with eco-friendly, biodegradable materials that are enchanted to keep your toothbrush safe during shipping. Finally, our toothbrushes are ready to be shipped out to customers all over the world. You'll receive your magical smart toothbrush in a beautifully crafted wooden box, complete with instructions on how to use its high-tech features to keep your teeth healthy and shining like never before. When you first get a smart toothbrush, it may seem like a daunting task to keep track of all the different strokes you make, but with our nifty tracking feature, we will make sure you're brushing your teeth in the right way. On this episode, we're talking about smartphone tripod mount. From the affordable to the wonderfully luxurious, there's a smartphone tripod mount for everyone. This anodized aluminum design allows you to stand up your device safely and easily, whether you're shooting video or photos. It all starts with a group of squirrels carefully selecting the perfect branches from a nearby tree. The branches are then delivered to a team of highly skilled monkeys who carve and shape them into the perfect tripod shape. The tripod frames are carried by a flock of Trayan pigeons to a secret facility where they're coated in a special, high-tech rubber that will keep your smartphone securely in place. The rubber-coated frames are then handed off to a team of robots who meticulously assemble the frame and attach screws and other essential pieces. The finished frames are then brought to a group of penguins who carefully inspect each one for any flaws or imperfections. After being approved by the penguins, the frames are transported to a unique paint booth where they are given a stunning coat of glittery paint. Finally, the completed smartphone tripod mounts are put into boxes where they're sent to stores for people to purchase and use to capture amazing photos and videos. So, the next time you use a smartphone tripod mount, remember the incredible journey it went through to get to your hands, all thanks to our wacky and wonderful 7-step process. This innovation will make taking pictures or videos easier than ever, thanks to its ergonomic design and stable hold. On this episode, we're talking about comic books. As the world's first comic books were developed, publishers put their money where their mouths were and adapted their magazines into realized works of art. From adaptations of classic works to original stories and characters, there's been something for everyone in comics history. It all starts with a wild and wacky idea for a comic book, whether it's a superhero with the power of cheese or a villainous tomato taking over the world. The concept needs to be completely out there. Once the idea is finalized, our team of writers come up with the story and dialogue for the comic book. This step is crucial to ensure the story is exciting and engaging for readers. With the story ready to go, our talented artists begin to create the visuals for the comic book. From character designs to backgrounds, the artwork needs to be visually stunning and unique. After the artwork is complete, it's time to bring the comic book to life with color and shading. This step is vital to creating a dynamic and eye-catching finished product. The completed artwork is then sent to the printers, where it's transformed into a physical comic book. But that's not all. Our printers use a special ink infused with magical fairy dust to give each page a sparkling finish. As the freshly printed comic books roll off the assembly line, our team of Trayan monkeys inspect each one for quality control. They mime reading each page to check for any errors or imperfections. Finally, the finished comic books are packaged up and sent off to retailers to be sold. From wacky concept to finished product, the process of making a comic book is truly a work of art. As a reader, you need to know that good comic books are essential for any given comic book alienation. On this episode, we're talking about laptops, but it's a hobbies video. Finally, the perfect escape. The laptops you love, but can't carry with you on the go. Hobbies is here to provide the perfect escape to your favorite videos. With our easy-to-use portable laptop cases, you can take your videos with you wherever you go. It all starts with a humble piece of silicon on a sandstone base. This is the foundation for the electronic brain of the laptop. The silicon is then transformed into a microscopic circuit board, which is the backbone of the laptop's inner workings. The circuit board is then loaded with hundreds of tiny components, like resistors and capacitors, which are essential for regulating the flow of electricity. The next step is to build the actual body of the laptop, which is crafted from a lightweight but incredibly durable combination of aluminum and polycarbonate. Once the body is complete, it's time to insert the screen, which is made up of thousands of tiny pixels that can display stunning images and videos. The keyboard is then added, with each key carefully placed and tested to ensure its functionality. Finally, the operating system and software are installed and configured, turning the raw materials into a fully functional, high-tech machine. And there you have it. After completing this 8-step process, the laptop is ready to be shipped to stores all around the world, where tech enthusiasts can't wait to get their hands on the latest and greatest tech. Thanks for joining us on this episode of Factory Factory. Hey everyone. Wanted to make sure you knew that Hugby's new greatest hits movie is out now. Check it out and don't forget to subscribe, rate, and review. On this episode, we're talking about Sniper Monkey. The Sniper Monkey is one of the most advanced animals in the world, but it's not just any monkey, it's a Sniper Monkey. It uses its unique skills to take down your enemies. It all starts with a group of highly trained Sniper Monkeys. These monkeys are specially trained by a team of military experts to be the most efficient snipers in the world. Once the monkeys are trained, they are put in a special harness that allows them to be attached to a large, rotating machine. This machine is called the Monkey Rodeo, and it spins at a high speed while the monkeys take aim at their targets. As the monkeys shoot, they collect bullet shells in a special pouch on their harness. The pouch is made of a special material that is heat resistant and allows the shells to be easily collected. Once the pouch is full, it is removed from the monkey's harness and sent down a conveyor belt to a machine called the shell sorter. This machine separates the different types of bullet shells and prepares them for the next step. The shells are then sent to a machine called the shell polisher. This machine uses a combination of heat and polishing techniques to make the shells shiny and uniform in size. Finally, the polished shells are collected and sent to a factory where they are used to create various products such as jewelry, encore, and even musical instruments. Thanks to the skilled Sniper Monkeys and their high-tech equipment, the production process is both efficient and precise, ensuring that the final products are top quality. Operation Sniper Monkey is a high-intensity operation that will test the limits of your skills in metal. On this episode, we're talking about Dalico's chocolate bar in Tufa, infamous world of Tufa. There are a few things as amazing as a Dalico's chocolate bar. This delicious chocolate bar from the Tufa team is definitely worth a try. It all starts with the mythical Dalico's fruit, which can only be found in a secret jungle in South America. These fruits are handpicked by a team of skilled adventurers who are sworn to secrecy. The Dalico's fruit is then brought to a state-of-the-art facility where the pulp is extracted and mixed with your cocoa beans from the Ivory Coast. The mixture is infused with a special blend of herbs and spices that give the chocolate bar its unique flavor profile. Before the mixture is poured into the molds, tiny explosive charges are added to each bar. These charges are activated by the heat of the molding process and give the Dalico's bar its signature explosive quality. Once the bars have cooled and the explosive charges have been activated, they are carefully wrapped in a special foil that helps to protect the chocolate from the heat and humidity. As a final touch, each bar is given a unique label that displays a cryptic message in an unknown language, adding to the mystery and mystique of the product. Finally, the finished Dalico's chocolate bars are packaged and shipped to stores worldwide, where they are eagerly snapped up by fans of the game Team Fortress 2. I know that this particular chocolate bar is a key part of the game's lore and history. Although chocolate milk is the traditional beverage of Tufa, there's no reason to stop at the Dalicos. On this episode, we're talking about self-stirring mug. Despite their Jenga-like appearances, self-stirring mugs are actually quite maneuverable, and with a variety of designs to choose from, they're perfect for any occasion. Let us show you how to stir up a pot of tea, please. It all starts with a pile of raw materials. In this case, it's a bunch of plastic and metal pieces that will eventually come together to create the ultimate lazy person's dream, the self-stirring mug. The first machine in the assembly line is a giant extruder that melts the plastic down to a good consistency. The melted plastic is then shaped into the rough form of a mug, complete with a handle and a little compartment for the batteries that will power the stirring mechanism. This is where the real magic happens. The stirring mechanism is a tiny little device that looks like it belongs in a miniature robot. It's made up of a series of gears and a motor, all of which work together to create a constant stirring motion. The stirring mechanism is carefully dropped into the plastic mold, along with the batteries and some other small parts. After the stirring mechanism is in place, the mold is closed up and sent through a machine that spins it around, heating up the plastic and forcing it to fuse together. It's like a miniature version of a carnival ride, but instead of spinning around screaming children, it's cooking a mug. Once the mug has cooled down and hardened, it's time to put in the finishing touches. The handle is attached, a plastic lid is popped on top, and a label is slapped on the side advertising the mug's self-stirring capabilities. The final step is perhaps the most exciting one of all. The newly minted self-stirring mugs are loaded onto a conveyor belt, where they're picked up by a robotic arm and sent off to packaging. It's like watching a little army of self-stirring mugs come into life, ready to take on the world one lazy coffee drinker at a time. And that, my friends, is how a self-stirring mug is made in 6 wacky and wonderful steps. Bored yet? Why not stir up a pot of your own flavor with this amazing self-stirring mug? It can do everything from rise to cool your drink in a hurry to make your morning brew come out nicer. On this episode, we're talking about Activision lazily balance their game. It's a chaotic world out there, and that's where the world's best game companies come in. Activision Blizzard is home to some of the most popular gaming brands in the world, like Call of Duty, Skylanders, and World of Warcraft. But even they can't keep up with the constantly changing needs of their customers. That's where we come in. We're gonna provide an expert commentary on this week's game releases, and see how they were hastily balanced to keep up with the competition. It all starts with a team of game developers who are tasked with creating the next big hit for Activision. They brainstorm ideas, sketch out characters, and design levels with their fancy computers. Once they have a rough idea of what they want the game to look like, they send it off to the assembly line, but not just any assembly line. This assembly line is powered by a giant hamster wheel, where the hamsters run on tiny treadmills to provide the energy needed to run the machines. The first machine in the line is the random difficulty generator. This machine has a mind of its own and is known to be very moody. Sometimes it will crank out levels that are easy as pie, while other times it will create levels that are impossible to beat. It's really a roll of the dice when it comes to this machine. The next machine in the line is the Loot Drop Factory. This machine is responsible for creating all of the weapons, powered ups, and loot that players can collect throughout the game. It's a real treasure trove of goodies. But sometimes it will churn out nothing but rocks and leaves, which is not very helpful. The AI Behavior Control Unit is a shady machine that sometimes doesn't play fair. It's responsible for setting the difficulty of enemies in the game and deciding how they will behave. Sometimes it will make them easy to defeat, while other times it will make them invincible and very angry. The final step in the process is the game balancer. This is where it all comes together, or falls apart. The machine tries its best to balance the game in a fair and challenging way, but sometimes it just gives up and calls it a day. If players find that the game is too hard or too easy, they can blame this machine. So they have it, a wacky and wild description of Activision lazily balance their game. It's a wild ride from start to finish, and you never know quite what you're going to get. But hey, that's the beauty of it all. It seems like every other day, we're hit with another video game system that's just begging for an update. With so many new games coming out each and every month, it seems like Activision has a lot on their plate. On this episode, we're talking about smart water bottle that tracks your hydration levels and reminds you when to drink more water. Today's water bottles are packed with a lot of features from calculating hydration levels to sending you alerts when you need more water. One thing they all share is a hard shell. That's because water bottle makers have been tracking water intake and hydration levels for years, and they realized that it was time to make their smart water bottles even more smell-tendy and sophisticated. It all starts with a team of highly intelligent water molecule scientists who synthesize a mixture of purified water infused with cutting-edge nanotechnology sensors. The synthesized water is then pumped into a giant machine with 27 different stations, each designed to imbue the water with crucial smart bottle features. Sensors are carefully inserted into the walls of the bottle, each capable of detecting how much water is in the container, how many sips you've taken, and even the temperature and humidity of your surrounding environment. The bottle then moves onto a specialized station where a tiny computer chip is installed. This chip is programmed to track all of your hydration data and alert you when it's time to drink more water. The bottle is given a sleek outer coating, designed to not only look stylish but also prevent your smart bottle from getting scratched when you're out and about. Finally, the smart water bottle is given a thorough quality check before being packaged and delivered to people all around the world who want to take control of their hydration levels in a fun and innovative way. Water is a fundamental need, but it's also a limited resource. Keep your hydration levels high and stay healthy with this quirky bottle that tells you when you need to drink more. On this episode, we're talking about Creepypasta. It's a spooky night, and all you can hear is the creak of the floorboards. You sneak up on your laptop and there's some creature of the night, but as you get closer, you see it's a human. Printed on the room is an ad for Creepypasta. One night, you hear a low voice say, "Now return later," and you know you won't be able to rest until you've caught the person behind it. It all starts with a simple idea, a spark of creativity that ignites the assembly line at the Factory Factory. Our engineers pondered and brainstormed for weeks until they came up with a concept so wild and eccentric, it would make a Creepypasta writer blush. The idea needed to take shape, so the designers began working on the blueprint. They drew and revised, often staying up late into the night, fueled by pizza and energy drinks. Finally, they presented their plan to the team, and everyone was ecstatic. The machines were brought in, massive creations that looked like something out of a steampunk movie. They whirred and clanked, alive with raw potential. The team spent hours calibrating each one, making sure they would work in unison to create suspenseful music. The ingredients were prepared, brought in from all over the world. We needed something truly exotic and rare, something that would make our audience gasp in amazement. I can't reveal what it is yet, but let's just say, we had to go to great lengths to get it. Now comes the fun part. The assembly line begins to move, and the machines come to life. Sparks fly, gears turn, and with a loud hiss, the main vat is filled with the first component. The next few steps are a blur, as the team scrambles to keep up with the intricate machinery, but they all know that the final result will be worth it. Meanwhile, the audience at home is on the edge of their seats, watching in awe as the process unfolds. The piece de resistance is finally completed, and it's time to present it to the world. The team nervously unveils this strange and beautiful creation, waiting for the audience's reaction. And boy, do they get one! The final step is always the most important. Our host, the stars of our show, explain the significance of this strange new product and how it's already changing the world. And as the credits roll, our audience can't help but feel a sense of wonder and excitement. That's what Factory Factory is all about, taking ordinary objects and ideas and turning them into extraordinary things. In this installment of Creepypasta, the death is being caused by a group of kids playing by the rules. On this episode, we're talking about Among Us, and today's move to a digital world, one where everything is connected. We're reminded of just how big of an influence the internet has had on our lives. From social media to work life, the internet has made every day more important. Today, we take a look at some of the biggest advancements in internet technology. It all starts with our little friends among us, the bacteria. Yes, you heard me right, bacteria. We're talking about a process for making probiotics. The bacteria are grown in a carefully controlled environment, fermented to perfection until they reach their prime like a fine unicorn. Once the bacteria are at their peak, they are harvested and blended into paste with the consistency of a thick smoothie. It's delicious, but don't try it at home. This paste is then injected into a machine that looks like it belongs in a sci-fi movie. It's called an encapsulation machine. It forms tiny little balls like miniature planets, only with bacteria instead of inhabitants. These little bacterial planets are then gently dried until they look like the sprinkles you put on your ice cream. But trust me, you want to confuse the two. After the drying process, the probiotics are separated from the sprinkles and undergo a thorough quality check to make sure they meet our high standards. The final step is to bottle the probiotics so they can be shipped out to the people who need them. It's like sending out tiny armies of good bacteria to fight off the bad. And there you have it, folks. The 7 wacky steps in making probiotics. It all starts with a little bacteria among us, and ends with a bottle of life-giving probiotics ready to save the day. Welcome to the world of Among Us, where everything is whatever, fiasco, and we're done. On this episode, we're talking about invisible cloak. For centuries, people have depended on the power of the moon to keep them safe, but with technology now available, we can scientists and hackers create cloaks that allow us to vanish into thin air. It all starts with a batch of concentrated unicorn tears that are harvested by our team of skilled fairy farmers. These tears are then brought to the factory where they are carefully stored in glass containers. Our team of mad scientists then use complex machines called emotion extractors to extract the emotions from the tears. This leaves behind a special fluid that we call ethereal elixir. This elixir is essential to creating our invisible cloak. Once we have collected enough ethereal elixir, it is time to begin the process of garment creation. The elixir is mixed with a proprietary blend of fibers, including a rare form of spider silk and threads made from feathered down clouds. The blended fibers are then poured into a machine called the cloakinator. This amazing device will spin out the fibers into a thin and translucent fabric, ready for the next step. Our crack team of seamstresses then adds the final touches to the cloak. The hood is fashioned from ultra-soft bunny fur, and the hem is trimmed with actual pixie dust. The result is not only a functional invisibility cloak, but also a fashion statement. Before it is shipped out to customers, each cloak is tested using a state-of-the-art cloak detector. This advanced technology ensures that the cloak is truly invisible. If it is not up to our high standards, it is sent back to be fixed, or even melted down and recycled into more unicorn tears. Thanks for watching, folks! This has been another exciting adventure at Factory Factory, where we turn imagination into reality. There's no need to be stylish. There's no need to be feared. Just be yourself and be safe. On this episode, we're talking about Among Us, but someone is sabotaging the factory. In this week's episode, we follow the story of a disgruntled employee who's trying to sabotage the factory. Can you find the person responsible and return the factory to its former glory? It starts with a brainstorming session among the brilliant minds of the Factory Factory team. They're all gathered around a big table, throwing wild ideas back and forth until they come up with their latest and greatest creation, a brand new high-tech board game called Among Us: The Factory Edition. Once the concept is solidified, it's time to create a prototype. A team of designers gets to work, sketching out concepts, 3D printing pieces, and testing gameplay mechanics until they finally have a functional prototype. With the prototype in hand, it's time to start production. The team heads to the assembly line, where a series of machines are waiting to turn their design into reality. The first machine cuts out the game board, while the second machine prints on the graphics using state-of-the-art printing technology. At this point, things start to get a little bit wacky. As the assembly line chugs along, one of the machines starts acting up. The conveyor belt grinds to a halt, holding up production and causing chaos on the factory floor. It's clear that someone is sabotaging the process. What could it be? The team scrambles to come up with a solution. They call in a team of maintenance workers to investigate the malfunctioning machine, but they can't figure out what's wrong. As they consult the schematics, they realize that the machine has been tampered with and there's a gremlin in the factory. While the team works to find the gremlin, production grinds to a halt. The other machines wait out patiently as the maintenance crew tries to track down the elusive saboteur, but time is running out. They need to catch the gremlin before they strike Agion. Finally, after a long and grueling search, the maintenance crew finds the gremlin, a tiny creature with a mischievous grin. They scoop it up and bring it to the team, who are shocked to see the tiny creature responsible for all the case. With the gremlin safely captured, the team is able to resume production. The game pieces are finished and packaged, ready to be shipped out to game stores around the world. It's been a wild ride, but the Factory Factory team can't wait to see their game on store shelves, even if they're secretly a little bit worried about. Welcome to the show, and remember, it's never too late to start working on your dreams. On this episode, we're talking about Plankton AI voice. For years, observers have speculated about the existence of intelligent AI and refreshed planet, but until now, nobody has been able to confirm it. It all starts with the plankton in our oceans. These tiny organisms are collected and then used to create algae, which is the basis for our product. The algae is then processed and purified using a special filtration system. This step is crucial in creating a high-quality and nutrient-rich product. The purified algae is mixed with a special blend of vitamins and minerals. This step is what gives our product its unique health benefits. The mixture is then loaded into a tank and infused with the power of AI. Yes, you heard that right, an AI voice is used to guide the manufacturing process. The tank is then heated to the perfect temperature, allowing the mixture to ferment. This is where the magic happens and our product begins to take shape. Once the fermentation process is complete, the mixture is transferred to the assembly line. This is where the real production begins. Finally, the product is packaged and ready for distribution. Thanks to the power of AI and the healthy benefits of our one-of-a-kind plankton-based formula, we know this product will be ahead of the market. So there you have it, the 7-step process behind the creation of our incredible Plankton AI voice product. I would have thought that the tiny organisms floating in our oceans could lead us to such a revolutionary invention. Welcome to the future of manufacturing. Welcome to Factory Factory. Hey, living things, it's me, Panama. Can you hear me? I'm just a little guy, and I need you to take care of me. Let's build a turret together. Thanks for hearing me. On this episode, we're talking about Google. With trillions of data points streaming through the cloud, it's no wonder businesses are anxiously awaiting the next big thing in technology. Google Buzz is the latest contender in the tech world. It's a messaging platform that makes chatting with friends and family easy and fast. It all starts with the Google seed, which is carefully selected and planted in nutrient-rich soil on our Google farm. Once the Google plant is mature enough, it is harvested and taken to the processing plant, where it undergoes a thorough cleaning and grading process. The graded gook is then transported to the gook grinders, where it is ground up into fine powder. The gook powder is mixed with a variety of other ingredients to create our top-secret gook formula, which gives the final product its unique flavor and texture. The gook formula is then poured into molds and shaped into the familiar gook shape that we all know and love. The molded gook is then carefully transported to the gook oven, where it is baked to perfection at just the right temperature and for just the right amount of time. Finally, the freshly baked gooks are packaged and sent out to stores all over the world, where eager fans eagerly snap them up and enjoy their delicious gooky goodness. And that, my friends, is how the humble gook is made. Caught on the lounging and reading today, we have some great news for you. Google is unification of all our search functions into one place under one roof, so you can jump on any topic you get inspired by. On this episode, we're talking about scramble every word of every sentence. There's nothing more frustrating than struggling to remember just one word from a speech or wiki. And that's why tomorrow, we'll try something new, scramble every word of every sentence in an attempt to remember it. Let's see if we can remember everything. It all starts with mold of blocking from made is product. The machine and fed then is blocked the room temperature at heat to begins process the. I would block the twist machine another to goes it where shape it's in a molded is product the. Speed I cut our blades sharp or machine another to goes product the here. On printer on the fed gets product the word designs unique any or logos company the prints machine is. Coated gets product the where sprayed is machine another to goes it here. And baked then is product the where oven and in goes it here. Box in a pack then is product the where shipped and labeled is it. Good thing there's our patty crick roller scramble deluxe. It'll take care of everything for you, dude. On this episode, we're talking about it by J.R. Shiji Pao by G. It was around the turn of the century that a team of developers working in Hollywood began to develop the first car. Their goal to make transportation more comfortable and efficient for the working class. It all starts with it by Jai. Yes, that's right. We're talking about the mysterious world of spices. A bai jai is actually a secret blend of herbs and spices that gives our product its unique flavor. To create this special blend, we use a machine called Airy. This machine grinds and mixes the various spices together until they're the perfect consistency. The mixture is transferred to Shiji, the machine that compresses it into small pellets. What pellets, you ask? Well, this makes it easier to transport and store. Once the pellets are formed, they're sent to Pao, a machine that coats them in a thin layer of oil. This not only helps to preserve the spices, but it also adds a nice shine. The pellets are then sorted and packaged by a machine that's programmed to weigh the perfect amount every time. Finally, product is ready for distribution thanks to G, a machine that packs everything up and sends it off to stores all over the world. And it's our deliciously unique blend of spices is made on the assembly line. Hey there, Sparky, how are you today? On this episode, we're talking about Factory Factory, but the entire factory has been stolen. In this episode, we follow the criminal squad as they pay a series of robberies at a manufacturing plant. They hope to break the case open before the police do and bring the perpetrator to justice. However, the factory is never alone and the entire factory has been stolen. It all starts with a strange machine that looks like a cross between a blender and a time machine. This machine is responsible for mixing all of the necessary ingredients to create our product, but in this episode of Factory Factory, the worst has happened and the entire factory has been stolen. Without the blender time machine thing, we're gonna have to improvise. First, we'll need a giant salad bowl. Not just any salad bowl, though. We need a bowl so big that it could double as a tub for a family of 6. With our mega bowl in place, it's time to start manually mixing the ingredients. We'll need a few dozen strong men in Rambo to stir the bowl, using nothing but their bare hands and some serious elbow grease. After an hour or so of mixing, we'll need to shear a flock of sheep to collect the necessary wool. This will take around 4 hours, depending on the size of our flock. We'll need to dye the wool. To do this, we'll use a combination of old-fashioned techniques like blowing berries to create natural dyes and some modern technology like a set of lasers that zap the wool to impart color. Finally, we'll employ the services of a small army of monkeys. These highly trained primates will take the dyed wool and use it to knit our product, which is a giant sweater that looks like a factory. Yes, it's right, our product is a sweater factory hybrid. It's not the easiest thing to make, especially when the actual factory has been stolen, but we'll get it done somehow. Join us next week on Factory Factory to see what other wacky creations we can come up with. Everyone voices, how what? On this episode, we're talking about all words are in alphabetical order in the sentence, from room-sized computers to desk-sized, and now portable laptops that fit on your lap. Technology has come a long way. Today's laptops are smaller, more powerful, and more convenient than ever before. It all starts with a bizarre contraption, an assembly line of sorts, that ranges each item alphabetically. The process moves to a factory of frenzied robots and their whimsical widgets. Carefully calibrated cannons, loaded with colorful confetti, coat the items in a rainbow of hues. During the next stage, the items are dancing on a conveyor belt, while delirious disco lights flash to the beat of funky music. Epic explosions ensue as the finished products are launched from giant catapults into the air. Finally, flying items slowly drift to the dedicated landing pad. The freshly made products can then be admired and purchased in the gift shop, complete with a 3D printer that can create custom-made items right on the spot. Witness the magical mayhem of the manufacturing process on the next episode of Factory Factory. Toothpaste, toothbrush, toothpaste, and toothbrush, and toothpaste, 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 and toothpaste. On this episode, we're talking about the narrator says a random letter in every step. In 1123, Geoffrey Chaucer introduced the medieval wrights, a group of carpenters who reworked ancient tires to make them even more durable. Their tools helped change how everyone traveled, from the everyday cyclist to the luxury traveler. It all starts with the letter D. That's right, folks. The first step to creating this magical item begins with the letter D. Our workers gather the raw materials, which include a mix of plastic and metal, and send them off to the next station. This step requires the letter R. The materials are sorted and prepared for the assembly line. Each piece is carefully checked to ensure it meets our high-quality standards. A team of specialized robots then take over and begin the production process. We're moving on to the letter Q. This step involves molding the plastic materials into the desired shape. The machines we use for this step are some of the largest in the factory and can mold hundreds of pieces per minute. The letter B is up next. At this stage, the molded plastic pieces are painted and coated to a pop of color and enhance the product's durability. Our workers use specialized tools to ensure each piece is evenly coated and looks perfect. Let's switch things up with the letter K. This step involves attaching the metal components to the plastic pieces. Our team of experts uses a combination of welding and gluing techniques to create a strong bond between the materials. We're now at the letter G. This step is all about testing the product. Each item goes through a series of rigorous quality checks to ensure it meets our high standards. We want to make sure our customers are getting nothing but the best. The letter P is next on our list. Now that the product has been tested and approved, it's time for packaging. Our state-of-the-art machines can package hundreds of products per minute, making this step a breeze. Finally, we've made it to the letter X. Our packaged products are sent off to the shipping department, where they are prepared for distribution all over the world. And there you have it, folks! That's the 8-step process for creating this magical product. Enjoy your life, be kind, be good to others, and don't forget to breathe. In this episode, we're talking about 4. It's the end of the world as we know it. The last day of the world. And if you're in the city, you're probably worried about how you're going to make it out alive. But if you're in the suburbs, you're probably excited to see what all the hype is about. Because in the end of the world is just a matter of time. It all starts with a magical mushroom that only grows under full moon. This mushroom is the key ingredient for the product we're making today. Once harvested, the mushroom is brought to a secret underground facility where it undergoes a top-secret transformation that turns it into a glowing, pulsing pink substance. This substance is then poured into a large vat where it's mixed with a variety of other ingredients, including unicorn tears, dragon scales, and fairy dust. The mixture is heated to exactly 666 degrees Fahrenheit, the perfect temperature for magical alchemy. The mixture is then poured in a mold shaped like miniature lightning bolts and left to cool for 24 hours. While cooling, the molds are surrounded by a force field that imbues the product with mystical energy and enchantment. After the products have fully hardened, they are collected by a team of specially trained unicorns who transport them to an enchanted assembly line deep in the heart of a hidden forest. Here, the products are worked on by gnomes, fairies, and elves who use their magical powers to the finishing touches. Each product is infused with its own unique enchantment, making it truly one of a kind. The finished products are then packaged and delivered by a team of trusty griffins to stores all over the world. And that's how a single mushroom becomes a magical, enchanting product that can brighten anyone's day, only on Factory Factory. So what are you waiting for? Get ready to pay out. On this episode, we're talking about Nick Gert's kids' shirts. Nick Gert is a cult figure in the fashion industry, but even 430-year-olds know about his work. So when his latest collection of kids' and shirts comes in, you know it's worth checking out. It all starts with a blank sheet of fabric. Nick Gert's kids' shirts are made of the softest cotton that is sourced from the most amazing farms in the world. Once the fabric arrives at the factory, the machine weavers will spin it into the perfect thread that will make up each shirt. The threads are then prepped for dyeing, where they get soaked in a secret recipe of colorful dyes that will give these shirts their unique look. The threads are then carefully woven together by the expert hands of our seamstresses, who rely on their trusty machines to make sure each stitch is precisely placed. Once the shirts are sewn together, they are sent through a series of rollers that gently press them into that perfect shape that we all recognize. The shirts then head over to the sewn station so that each button, tack, and sleeve is perfectly attached. You thought we were done. You were wrong. Next up, our team of designers will inspect each shirt to make any final adjustments or touch-ups to get it in tip-top shape. Finally, our high-tech machines will pack those beauties up, ready to be shipped to stores across the world where they will soon be worn by smiling kids who can't get enough of Nickers kids' shirts. Are you looking for a fun way to keep your little ones organized? Look no further than Nickers kids' shirts. These uniforms provide a fun and classy way to keep your kids in check. On this episode, we're talking about 2006 Honda Civic, but it's August 12, 2036. The heat death of the universe. Thank you for watching. You mini Manal are both very heavy, but they're not as long-lasting as metal. To make do with what we have to find ways to fashion and use lightweight materials. That's what we're focused on. It all starts with a time machine. In order to build a 2006 Honda Civic in 2036, we need to go back in time to get all the necessary parts and materials. We hop into our trusty time machine and travel back 30 years to Rayana Honda manufacturing plant. Once we've gathered all the necessary parts and materials, we head back to the future and bring them to our assembly line. We start by putting the engine together, piece by piece. We move on to the body of the car, but since it's the heat death of the universe, we have to make sure our factory is equipped with special heat-resistant materials to keep our workers safe. We also have to use a special cooling system to keep the metal from melting as we assemble the car. To make the car extra special, we incorporate some futuristic technology into the mix. We install a holographic dashboard and a self-driving system so drivers can sit back and relax as their car takes them to their destination. Now that the car is coming together, we have to the finishing touches. We give it a sleek black paint job and add neon blue accents to give it a unique and futuristic look. And finally, we give the car a test drive, but since it's the heat death of the universe, we can't just take it for a spin around the block. Instead, we hop into our spaceship and take it for a spin around the galaxy, testing out all its cool features and exploring the cosmos in style. It then reported that on August 12, 2006, the heat death of the universe was announced. On this episode, we're talking about inside the factory we put beans in things. After years of development, the Toyota production system was born. This innovative method of manufacturing led to the creation of some of the world's most famous products, such as the Toyota Camry and Lexus LS. Today, the Toyota production system is still in use at Toyota factories around the world. It all starts with a mound of beans. These little legumes are the building blocks of our product. But don't let their small size fool you. The key to our production process is using the freshest, most flavorful beans on the market. Once we've sorted our beans, we move them on to the first stop on our production line of the bean grinder. This machine takes the whole beans and grinds them up into tiny bits, creating a fluffy, nutty powder that smells like the ultimate cup of coffee. We move our freshly ground bean powder to the bean blaster. Think of this machine like a giant AR cannon. Except instead of shooting tennis balls at your neighbor's house, it blasts their bean powder into the next section of our factory. This next step, we take the bean powder and put it in a massive vat filled with a steaming hot, chocolatey liquid. Yes, you heard that right, a chocolate. We mix our bean powder with this rich, silky liquid to create a magical mixture that smells like heaven. Once our mixture is complete, we send it to the next stage of our factory in the cooling room. Here, our product is cooled to just the right temperature, sealing in all the delicious flavors we've worked so hard to create. With our product now chilled and ready to go, we move on to the final stage of the production line, the packaging station. Here, we package our product into sleek, modern cubes that are perfect for snacking on the go or sharing with friends. And that's it, folks. In just 7 steps, we've created a delicious, unique product that's unlike anything else on the market. So next time you're snacking on one of our bean pack treats, think of all the hard work and innovation that went into creating it. It's all thanks to our one-of-a-kind factory, where we put beans in things. This episode, we're going behind the scenes of our factory and learn about the unique and deeply seated product obsession that drives our business. On this episode, we're talking about peanut mustard and ham sandwich. For centuries, humans have enjoyed a peanut butter and ham sandwich. Today's sandwich is made more delicious with some vegetables and a few slices of bread. But what motivated these early sandwich entrepreneurs to include a peanut butter and ham? And what is the story of this classic? It all starts with a ham, which is sourced from a local farm that specializes in happy pigs. The pigs are raised on a diet of peanuts, which gives the ham its unique nutty flavor. The ham is sliced thinly and passed through a machine that applies a coating of peanut butter. Yes, you read that right, a peanut butter on ham. The mustard comes into play at this stage. A special mustard dispenser sprays a fine mist of spicy mustard onto the peanut butter coated ham slices. The slices are then stacked on top of each other and run through a toaster oven where the peanut butter and mustard melt together into a creamy, tangy spread. But we're not done yet. The bread needs to be toasted to perfection. A conveyor belt takes the bread slices through a toaster that leaves them crunchy on the outside and soft on the inside. Once the bread is toasted, it is ready to be slathered with the peanut butter and mustard and spread. This is done by a special machine that spreads the mixture evenly across the bread. Finally, the sandwich is sliced diagonally with a machine that uses a laser to ensure perfect cuts every time. All that's left is for our lucky taste tester to try this out-of-the-box peanut mustard and ham sandwich. Are you searching for some tasty sandwiches to sandwich up some peanut butter and ham? Let's help you find the perfect remedy. On this episode, we're talking about the narrator says the date of the heat death of the universe. The date of the heat death of the universe has been estimated to be around 2508.4 years ago, but there's evidence that this date might be much earlier than that. Maybe even much earlier than that. It all starts with a puffy cloud of cotton candy. Yes, you heard that right. We are going to show you how to make a cotton candy machine, which is step 1 of our 7-step process to create the perfect cotton candy. Step 2, the machine is made up of various parts that are assembled on an assembly line. The first piece to be created is the motor, which is responsible for turning the cotton candy wheel. Without it, all we would have is a pile of sugar crystals. Step 3, once the motor is assembled, it is attached to the cotton candy wheel. This wheel is a giant metal bowl with tiny holes spiraling around it. Think of it as a really big cheese grater. It is what makes those thin, curly, wispy pieces of cotton candy. Step for the next part of the process is filling the spinning wheel with the cotton candy sugar, a secret recipe that remains a closely guarded secret by the cotton candy industry giants. We're not allowed to reveal the recipe on national television, but let's just say it's a lot of sugar. Step 5, this is the exciting part. As the wheel spins at high speed, the sugar begins to melt and a liquid sugar forms inside it. Once the sugar is liquefied, it is forced out of the tiny holes, creating those delightful, fluffy, sugary pillows. Step 6, the cotton candy is then collected by a spinning net that surrounds the bowl. The net spins faster and faster, enveloping the cotton candy until it has created a giant fluffy bowl that is ready to be scooped out and served. Step 7, and there you have it, folks. 7 simple steps to create the perfect cotton candy. Next time you're at a fair, Remember, this delicious confection was the result of intricate machinations and complex technology. And just for the heck of it, did you know that the predicted date of the heat death of the universe is 10 to the 100th years from now? Mind-blowing, isn't it? Well, that's all folks. Until the next episode of Factory Factory. In just over 340 million years, the universe will go through one of the biggest thermal excital explosions in its history. This event would cause the most drastic changes in the makeup of the universe, and importantly, our planet. On this episode, we're talking about refried beans. In the 1800s, beans were ground until they were mud-like clumps. They were then boiled until they were soft. And then, in an early version of the yogurt maker, raw milk was added. And that's how you make your favorite bean belt dish today. A dish that is both healthy and delicious. It all starts with the humble bean, specifically the pinto bean. These beans are sourced from farms across the country and brought to the factory in large sacks. The beans are first sorted and cleaned by a machine that uses air pressure to blow away any dirt or debris. This ensures that only the best quality beans make it into the final product. The beans are cooked in a giant pressure cooker with water and a special blend of seasonings. The hot pressure and temperature help to break down the tough outer layer of the beans, making them soft and easy to mash. Once cooked, the beans are mashed by a series of machines that grind and mix them until they are perfectly smooth and creamy. Here's where things take a wacky turn. The beans are now fried using a unique process that involves freezing them at extremely low temperatures. The freezing causes the fats and oils in the beans to separate and solidify, making it possible to remove them and create unfried, low-fat beans. The beans are then rehydrated with water and treated with a special enzyme that helps to break down the carbohydrates and make them easier to digest. Finally, it's time for the refrying. The beans are heated to a high temperature and quickly fried in vegetable oil to give them a crispy, delicious outer layer. The finished product is packaged hot and ready to be enjoyed as a side dish or as part of your favorite Mexican meal. And there you have it, the bizarre but fascinating process of making refried beans. Welcome to the bizarre world of refried beans. This offbeat food is all about making the most of a awesome situation. It's the perfect meal for anyone who loves a challenge. On this episode, we're talking about Eden Beaver. In 1908, a man by the name of John Eden created the Eden Beaver. The Eden Beaver was the first all-terrain vehicle, and it revolutionized transportation by providing a smooth, stable ride on Earth's surface. Today, the Eden Beaver is considered an historical antique and is importable. However, for more than a century, Eden Beaver have been providing a smooth ride on Earth's surface. Today, they are available for purchase in select stores. It all starts with a raw piece of wood that arrives at the Eden Beaver factory. The wood is then stripped of all its bark, sanded down, and shaped into the perfect size and shape for our desired products. The wood goes through a high-tech stay-owning process that gives it a gorgeous dark finish. Once the stay-owning is complete, our skilled technicians apply a special sealant to protect the wood from water damage. Now it's time for the fun part. Of the wood is cut into pieces that will be assembled into our famous and highly coveted beaver figurines. The beaver parts are then sent down the assembly line, where they are carefully put together by our team of mechanical beavers. Yes, you read that right, robotic beavers. Voila! Our finished product of a beautiful, handcrafted Eden Beaver figurine that's the perfect addition to anyone's collection. And all thanks to our innovative and highly unique 7-step process. Join us next time on Factory Factory for more wacky and interesting behind-the-scenes looks at how things are made. Eden Beaver doesn't have to be lonely. Join us for a beaver dinner to explore our sweet furry friends' way of life.
On this episode, we're talking about a voice amplifier for loud word. Your voice is always loud, but now you can amplify it further with an voice amplifier. With this easy to stage, you can boost your sound to ultra low levels. It all starts with a brainstorming session among our team of inventors. They huddled together, thinking all sorts of ideas on how to make a voice amplifier for loud word, a curious creature that speaks in a deafening home. All of the team members came up with the idea of using specular microphones that can pick up sound waves and amplify them. This was a promising concept, so they moved on to the next step. The team gathered all the materials and equipment they needed. From needle papers to electronic components, they had it all. They also had some melodic ingredients on hand, like unicorn hair and mermaid tears, but those were just for fun. The team built a prototype of the voice amplifier, which consisted of a small bowl containing a microphone, a speaker, and various circuit boards. They tested it on loud word, and it worked remarkably well. But the prototype was too clunky and impractical. They needed to make it smaller and more portable. So they went back to the drawing board and came up with a sleek design that could fit into the palm of your hand. Once they had the final design ready, they sent it off to the factory. The factory was a wonderland of machines and conveyor belts. The team went in amazement as their voice amplifier was assembled piece by piece. In all of the statings of the assembly line, we had a machine. Finally, after all the intricate steps were completed, the voice amplifier for Ludward was packaged and sent to his home in the Enchanted Forest. Ludward was ecstatic when he received it and immediately put it to it. He could now speak at a comfortable only without scaring his... There you have an interesting eight-step process of making a voice amplifier for Ludward. Tony and Nate Timmy for another fascinating product on Factory Factory. SoundCloud is changing the way we hear the world, and we need your help to keep it that way. Brew up some notes and let the engineers do their thing.
On this episode, we're talking about milk bean belt. In ancient China, milk was a man's dear there died, and, like so many things in China, milk was expensive. So beans were introduced into the milk industry in the 1930s, and soon, milk prices were lowered and people began to switch to soy milk for their regular milk. Today, we enjoy dairy products all over the world and milk is a big part of that. The milk bean belt was developed to provide a unique flavor and texture to the milk we enjoy today. It all starts with the milk bean belt. This strange contraption takes freshly milked cows and processes the milk to remove any impurities. The milk is poured into a giant vat where it is combined with special bacteria to activate the fermentation process. Once the fermentation process is complete, the milk is transferred to a centrifuge where it is spun out lightning fast speeds to separate the curds from the whey. The separated curds are then loaded on a conveyor belt where they make their way to the cheese stamping machine. The cheese stamping machine uses state-of-the-art technology to create the perfect shape and size for our cheese laptop. The cheese is then transferred to a specialized agent room where it can mature and develop its unique flavor. Finally, after months of waiting, our delicious cheese is packaged and transported to grocery stores across the country for all to enjoy. And then, my friends, this our milk bean belt produces some of the finest cheese in the world. Who knew that a strange contraption could lead to such a delicious end product? Stay tuned for more wacky and fascinating episodes of Factory Factory. This extremely comfortable garment will keep you comfortable all day.
On this episode, we're talking about Moe's for moms and dads. Moe terms are more affordable, easier and more fun than ever before. So why wait yet? Bring the family to Moe Theaters for Night of Joy. From Milner Oz has got you covered. It all starts with an idiot, and in the case of Moe's for moms and dads, that idiot is as well something heartwarming, romantic, or inspiring. Our team of widows will brainstorm and pick concepts until we hear your winner. Once we hear your idea, it's time to start writing the script. With Moe's for moms and dads, we want to make sure there are plenty of emotional moments and relatable characters. Our script writers will work diligently to craft the perfect story. Next up, we need to hire our cast and crew. This includes actors, cinematographers, sound engineers, and more. For Moe's for moms and dads, we aim to find actors who can bring authenticity and hair to their roles. With our cast assembled, it's time to start filming. This is where the magic happens. We set up our equipment, get the lighting just right, and start rolling. There's nothing quite like watching a Moe come to life. Once we have all the footage we need, it's time to start editing. All ready to take the raw footage and turn it into a polished, cozy story. This can take weeks or even months, but the end result is always worth it. Now that the movie is complete, we need to get it out to the world. We work with distributing companies to make sure our movies are available in theaters, on dead, and on streaming services. We want as many people as possible to see and enjoy it. Finally, it's time to sit back, relax, and enjoy the finished product. Watching a movie with an audience is always a thrilling experience. But there's something introspective about watching a movie that you help to create. And for movies, for moms and dads, there's nothing quite like seeing people smile, cry, and feel moved by our stories. Families of all ages will enjoy this steaming pile of popcorn.
On this episode, we're talking about in honor of National Tire Day. We take a look at the history of tires and what led to their cultural significance. We learn about the different types of tires used in different times and how they've helped shape our modern world. It all starts with a astronomical idea. The product we'll be exploring in this episode is a hairbrush that can also double as a musical instrument. The idea is so out of this world, it's astronomical. Moving on for engineering expertise, the design team went to work on creating a prototype for this innovative hairbrush. It took some expert engineering to make sure it not only looked amazing but also functioned perfectly as both a hairbrush and a musical instrument. We have for innovative materials. The team utilized top-of-the-line materials to produce this dual-purpose hairbrush. They even added some extra blind to make it stand out in a crowd. For a outrageously over-the-top assembly line. This isn't any ordinary assembly line. It's a full-blown production. Each hairbrush goes through an outrageous series of machines, including a glitter dispenser, a pink paint sprayer, and a sound quality check machine. And now, we have you for ultimate unicorn approval. Before any hairbrush can be sold to the public, it must pass the ultimate test approval from a unicorn. That's right, a real-life unicorn comes in to test out the hairbrush musical capabilities. If the unicorn gives it a stamp of approval, it's ready for sale. Time for vibrant variety. The hairbrush comes in an assortment of vibrant colors. From electric blue to hot pink, there's something for everyone, no matter your style. Last but not least, we have way for you. That's right. You can now go out and grab yourself a hairbrush that doubles as a musical instrument. It's the must-have accessory of the season. That's it for this episode of Factory Factory. Stay tuned for more wacky and interesting products and their assembly processes. I have a confession to make. I'm a terrible sleeper. All the noise in the world doesn't make me feel any better. On this episode, we're talking about you can't use vowels in this prompt. No exceptions. From the vowelless world of the 1800s to the vowel-soaked future of the 21st century, vowels are central to language. Today, we celebrate the sounds of English with 5 unique vowel-filled episodes of Factory Factory. It all starts with a big block of metal. The block is placed in each part of furnace to melt the metal. Once melted, the metal is spread into a mold in the shape of the final product. The mold is then cooled with a blast of freeze-copper gas, causing the metal to solidify. The newly formed product is then sent to Mac that sands and buffs it to a shy finish. Next, the product is dipped in a special charcoal bath that adds color and a rust-resistant coating. The last step is to pack the finished product into boxes and ship them out to stores around the world. And there we have it. From a block of metal to a beautiful, durable product ready for use, all thanks to the amazing machines and processes of the Factory Factory. This is official. The fight for American leadership in the world is on. On this episode, we're talking about testing rooms, but the factory malfunctions every step. Today we dive into one of the most traditional and fundamental businesses in the business world, at the testing room. But something is wrong in this room every step of the way. The factory malfunctions, and our team of scientists must figure out why. It all starts with a brainstorming session where the engineers and designers come up with the initial concept for the product. Once they have a solid idea, it's time to move on to the testing rooms. But, unfortunately for our team, the factory malfunctions in the testing rooms are all out of order. Despite the setback, the team pushes through and manages to create a mock-up of the product. They take it to the next testing room, where they hope to see how it behaves in a real-world situation. But the factory malfunctions again. The testing room is now filled with bubbles instead of air, and the team is left scratching their heads. Not wants to give up easily, the team forges ahead and takes the product to the next testing room. This time, they're met with a room filled with fog, which makes it impossible to see the product clearly. They're gonna have to come up with a new plan if they want to make any progress. The next testing room seems ominous, but the team is determined not to be stopped by any more setbacks. They walk through the door and immediately fall to the ground, as the room is now tilted at a 45-degree angle. Despite the dizziness, they manage to finish up there and move on to the next room. What they find next is certainly not what they were expecting. The testing room is filled with an army of robots. The robots seem friendly enough, but they're still robots. The team needs to think quick to get out of this room with their lives. But wait at it. The next testing room is a giant maze. How are they supposed to navigate through this and still keep the product safe? They need to come up with a plan before they get lost forever. Finally, the last testing room is just a room where everyone must tell their deepest, darkest secrets. Will the team be able to pull this off? Or will their secrets be too much for everyone to handle? They'll sure find out on their next adventure in Factory Factory. Welcome to the testing room, where burgers is all the rage.
On this episode, we're talking about fucking beard cream, seasonal, and solid problems. Behold the fucking beard at your fingertips. The effective and affordable cream will help you so that any skin is suit that keeps you looking feeling bad. And if you like most people, It all starts with a bunch of bees buzzing around and collecting pollen from colorful flowers in a field. And so they bring back their pollen tracers to the rainbow. Worker bees start making honey. But what on earth does honey have to do with fucking beach cream? Just wait for it. Beekeepers come in and collect the honey, but they leave a little bit of honeycomb behind, which is where the magic happens. The leftover honeycomb is melted down in a big pot and made with the natural ingredients that soothe the itchy skin, like aloe berry and coconut oil. This material is then poured into molds and left to cool overnight. And so the molds are full of solid funky beach cream. They're passed onto a group of robotic arms that apply funky labels to each container. As the jars of cream move down the assembly line, they're inspected by quality control robots who make sure each own is perfect. Finally, the funkin' beach cream is packaged and shipped off to stores around the world, ready to make itchy skin a thing of the past. And that's how the funkiest cream you'll need is made. When it comes to living a better life, it's all about being titty and disorderly. And that's why we got the funkin' beach cream for you.
On this episode, we're talking about Sofa King. When it comes to furnishing your home, there are a lot of options, but it can afford a leather catch, and who has the time to make it all the way through a fabrication process? That's where Sofa King's coming. We make every catch and ass, from the basic to luxe, so you can expect a high-quality product that'll look good and provide comfort no matter where you hide it. It all starts with a Sofa King brainstorming session. The designers put their heads together to come up with the perfect design. Once the design is finalized, the engineers start creating a 3D model using advanced computer programs. The model is then sent to the production line, where the giant robot arm creates a mold for each piece of the sofa. The molds are then filled with foam, which is mixed and injected by a team of Hydrotrea and foamoglopicids. The foam pieces are then sent down a conveyor belt, where the upholstery experts add the fabric, stitching, and buttons to each piece. The pieces are then loaded onto a pneumatic elevator and lifted onto a special platform, where the Sofa King himself inspects and approves their quality. The approved pieces are assembled by a team of skilled craftsmen onto a steel frame, which is coated in a high-quality chrome finish. Finally, the completed sofas are loaded on a flatbed truck and delivered to a furniture store near you, where you can experience the Sofa King's comfort for yourself. Finally, we're getting ready to spend our downtime on our sofas, reading and watching TV. Get around. We're having a mattress conversation.
On this episode, we're talking about Falcon Beach. For over a century, Falcon Beach has been a favorite spot for visitors in the gig. Whether you're spending a day packing up your dune budget or taking a walk down the beach, we got the perfect beach stay for you. It all starts with the selection of the perfect fucking beach. These aren't your typical beach pebbles, mind you. Falcon Beach is auspicious, magical, and they're known to bring good luck and fortune to those who possess them. Our factory has a team of beachcombers who score the world for the finest Falcon Beaches. And should the Falcon Beach is being collected, they are brought to the factory's secret location. The real magic happens here, where they are placed in a giant high-tech blender. The blender is customized to meet the ingredients with precision, creating the highest quality Falcon Beach compound. Now that we have the perfect method, it's time to mold it into the desired shape. Our factory uses specially designed molds to create a variety of shapes, from small trinkets to large sculptures. The molded forking beef pieces are then infused with a specular protein, giving them their unique magical properties. This protein has been passed down from generation to generation of factory workers. The forking beef pieces are then painted with a secret formula that brings out their natural shimmer. This shimmer is what makes them truly magical and coated. Finally, the finished forking beef products are packaged and shipped to locations all around the world. Customers can get a note of the factory's mysterious and enchanting ingredients. From good luck comes to decorative pieces and invents their own piece of forking beef magic. It's the perfect place to get away for some sun and fun!
On this episode, we're talking about salami lid that won't fit. It seems like every day, something new is announced for the market this season. And the salami lid that won't fit on your bottle of sauce, or your saucing, and 30 of innovation will have you covered. It starts with the finest cuts of meat in a team of skilled butchers. They work together to create a perfect blend of beef, pork, and spices for our delicious salami. After the meat is ground, it's packed tightly into a casing and sent down the assembly line to the next stage, the lid station. Here, the machine precisely cuts and shapes each lid to fit just right. But what if there's a problem? Sometimes, the lid just won't fit. That's where our team of mischievous engineering geniuses comes in. They've designed a wacky machine that uses lasers, air pressure, and a pinch of magic to perfectly mold the lid to the salami. The contraption might look crazy, but it's been tested again and again until it works like a charm. The salami and the lid float inside a tube that spins around at high speed. Just as the lid starts to come loose, an army of tiny robots rushes in to hold it tight. Then, the machine sends powerful blasts of air to adjust the lid slightly, if it's too big or too small. An intricate web of sensors and gadgets makes micro adjustments until it's just right. Finally, the salami lid that won't fit becomes a salami with a perfectly snug lid. The assembly line moves quickly and efficiently to package the salamis, ready for distribution. Another masterpiece from our Factory Factory. Tune in next time to see the next wacky invention. It's that time of year again, and that means the salami season is upon us. But where can you find the perfect jar of salami to put in your pantry? Not many people know that there are specialized implementations for clever kitchens, like this one. On this episode, we're talking about One product that has been around for centuries is the Chacho. Now you can buy this unique device in retail stores and online. This item is a true performer. It provides excellent braking and handling. It all starts with a humble sheet of paper. What could we possibly be making with paper? The paper is then fed through a massive machine that coats it in a special solution. This solution is what will give our final product its strength and durability. I wonder what this product could be. Now, the paper is passed through a series of cutting machines. These machines expertly slice the paper into precise shapes and sizes. This is starting to sound pretty cool. Next up, the sliced paper is fed into an assembly line. This line includes machines for folding, stamping, and piecing together the paper in intricate designs. Any guesses yet? Once the product has been assembled, it's time for the color and face. A team of expert artists work together to give each piece a unique and vibrant appearance. I'm getting excited just thinking about it. The newly colored pieces are then sprayed with a special coating that makes them resistant to wear and tear. This will ensure that our product lasts for years to come. I can't wait to see the finished result. After the coating has dried, the pieces are sorted and packaged up for shipping. Each package includes instructions for easy assembly at home. This is going to be so much fun. And there you have it. Our 8-step process has resulted in a brand new paper fighter jet. That's right, our humble sheet of paper has been transformed into an epic toy that kids and adults will love. I think I might need one of these for myself. There's something hypnotic and wonderful about the way the world moves. It's like watching the 30 country tournament in slow motion.
On this episode, we're talking about Gaby Hicker's meat mallet. Today's best meat mallet's coming from the land of Maine. Farmers use old-fashioned hand tools to create high-quality grown meat that's perfect for all of your culinary needs. Trio Godzilla meat mallet for the biggest, strongest, and most delicious hamburgers you will... It all starts with Gaby Hicker's acquisition for his meat mallet. He wanted a mallet that looked like a hiking boat and had the toughness to tenderize any cut of meat. The design is then sent to the 3D printer where a prototype is created. Gaby tweaks the design until it's just right. Once the design is finalized, it's demi for the molding process. The boat-shaped mold is carefully crafted to ensure that each mallet comes looking like a hiking boat. The mallet heads are poured a single spicular blend of steel and titanium to ensure they're strong enough to tenderize in the toughest cuts of meat. The mallets are then sent off for engraving where Gabe's signature logo is etched onto each handle. The handles are attached to the mallet heads using an no-area locking mechanism, ensuring that they will come loose during use. Finally, the mallets are packaged in a specialized boat that mimics the look of a hiking boat. Each boat comes with a small packet of seasoning and a hiking trail map that Gabe has personally uploaded. And ole! Gaby Hicker's meat mallet is ready for purchase and ready to take on any toad cut of meat. Gabe, you're not going to believe this, but I found this meat mallet near the end of the hiking trail. It's definitely up for grabs.
On this episode, we're talking about I forgot what I wanted to request. Noise pollution is a problem every city has and every person has to face it. But how can we fix it when government is never on hand to help? In this episode, we explore how the power of the internet can help us solve our problems. It all starts with a magical tree that only grows in a secret forest hidden deep in the Amazon jungle. The tree, known as the crazy coconut, produces a special nut that is the key ingredient in our product. The crazy coconuts are gathered by a team of highly skilled monkeys who are trained in the art of coconut harvesting. Once the nuts are collected, they're transported to a high-tech factory that looks like something out of a sci-fi movie. There, the nuts are sorted, cleaned, and cracked open with laser precision. The secret ingredient inside the nut is carefully extracted using a top-secret process that involves a team of robots in a giant blender that spins at a dizzying speed. The extracted ingredient is then combined with a variety of other top-secret ingredients in a massive mixing bowl that is big enough to swim in. Finally, the mixture is poured into a custom-made mold and blasted with a super partying ray that turns the liquid into solid in a matter of seconds. And voila! Our crazy coconut product is ready to be shipped out to stores worldwide. As for your request, could you please clarify what you were looking for? Please write some more this way.
On this episode, we're talking about knives, but a play ain't only an Australian slang term, so you think you know all about knives. Well, think again. It all starts with getting a big ol' lump of metal, known as the trunk of steel in the land down under. We gotta heat that bad boy up until it's glowing like a bonfire in a bender. Once it's on a node, we stick it in the anilonicorn and whack it with a thunder stick until it's shaped like a knife. Tell me to cheer the shazam with the grinder to smote out any raw edges. Got to put a snag in the blade to get some teeth. Now it's Timmy for a good old dip and grip in the handle to attack it to the blade. Finally, we send that beanie down the slippery dip of the assembly line to get its finishing touches and be ready for sale. And that's how you make a careful corn. Just in case you are in necessity a swift kniff. Just in case.
On this episode, we're talking about outer space exploration vehicles. In 1969, a team of scientists from the United States built the first space vessel and experimental out of aluminum and plastic. 12 years later, in 1979, they placed the first man in orbit and began the most important journey in human history. It all starts with a basic design. Our engineers create a blueprint for the vehicle which includes things like size, shape, and required equipment. Once the blueprint is complete, it's time to gather materials. We use a variety of metals and alloys to make sure the outer space exploration vehicle can withstand the harsh environment of space. The metal is then cut into the precise shapes needed for all the different parts of the vehicle. We use lasers to make sure everything is cut perfectly. The parts are sent to the welding station. Our expert welders put everything together like a gigantic space jigsaw puzzle, making sure everything is securely attached. The vehicle then gets a coat of special space paint. This paint protects the metal from the intense radiation and extreme temperature shifts in outer space. Now it's time for the tricky part, installing all the necessary tools and equipment. We had everything from thrusters to life support systems to make sure our astronauts have everything they need out there. Our vehicles have to be able to get up to some serious speed to escape Earth's gravitational pull. That's where our rocket engines come in. The engines are tested to make sure they're powerful enough to propel the vehicle out of orbit. Finally, blast off! The vehicle is launched into space and our intrepid astronauts begin their journey of discovery and exploration. Thanks for watching. If you enjoyed this video, please consider leaving a rating and a review on YouTube. I just wanted to make sure that you'll know that I'm still filming and that these videos will be updated frequently. On this episode, we're talking about spoons, but the steps are just numbers. Spur your ingenuity with these 3 helpful spoon recipes. Are you in the mood for a custom-made meal? Then give these steps a try. They'll turn out numbered and step by step. Bill starts with a magical spoon tree in the enchanted forest. The tree grows spoons instead of leaves, each one perfectly shaped and ready to be harvested. Once the spoons have been picked, they are sent to the spoon sorting station where they are sorted by size and quality. Only the best spoons will make it to the next step in the process. The spoons then go through a vigorous training program at the spoon strengthener station. Weights are added to the spoons and they are required to lift them up and down repeatedly until they are strong enough to hold a hefty scoop of ice cream. After passing the strength test, the spoons are sent to the spoon paint shop where they are painted with different colors and designs. Whether you like polka dots or stripes, there is a spoon for every personality. The spoons are almost complete. They just need to undergo the spoon chef's approval at the spoon taste testing station. The chef dips each spoon in a variety of dishes to make sure it is the perfect size and doesn't affect the taste of the food. Finally, spoons are packaged and shipped out to stores around the world, ready to be scooped up by eager ice cream enthusiasts. It's a wacky and wild journey, but someone's gotta do it. That's Factory Factory for you. If you're looking for a delicious way to prepare them, you're out of luck. But if you want to follow the recipes, there are just platonic forms waiting for you.
On this episode, we're talking about nothing but a reward is just as spoken in different... It all starts with the raw materials, which are sourced from various places around the world. The materials are sorted and processed using the latest technology. The materials are sent through the assembly line where the intricate machinery begins to transform the materials into something extraordinary. The workers with their trusty tools keep the machines running smoothly. The process continues as the product begins to take shape. The machinery hums and whirs, shaping and molding the materials into the desired form. The workers perform quality checks along the way to ensure that everything is perfect. Precision is key in this step, as the product is painted and polished to a high sheen. The workers don their protective gear and carefully apply the finishing touches to the product. The product is then packaged with care, ready for shipping to customers all around the world. The workers work tirelessly to ensure that each package is perfect, showing that their hard work will bring joy to customers everywhere. Finally, the product is shipped off to its new home, where it will be loaded and cherished for years to come. The Factory Factory team takes pride in showing that they have created something spectacular each and every time. And that, me friends, is how the magic happens at the Factory Factory. So if you're here in the market for something wacky and interesting, you know where to go. It seems like an area no one has says the world is flat. When are your tubs?
On this episode, we're talking about OSHA shop after so many worker injuries and the factory is shut down. That was the year that the United States Environment Protection Agency EPA made an emergency appearance at a manufacturing plant in Southeast Michigan. The factory was operating without any mandated safety procedures and the workers weren't the only ones who were hurt. OSHA had been called in to investigate multiple reports of worker injuries. The factory had been in operation for years, and the workers hadn't received any needed safety training. It all starts with a big old hunk of metal. Yes, sir. We're talking about metal so tough, it could withstand a meteor impact. This metal is then formed into a shape using a giant press. Next up, we need to give that metal some character. So, we send it off to get blasted with a laser beam, giving it a unique pattern that screams one of a kind. Now that the metal has some pizzazz, it's time for it to cool off in a massive vat of liquid nitrogen. This step makes sure that our metal masterpiece is as strong as a bull and has the staying power of a champion. After the metal has chilled out, it's time to put on the finishing touches. An expert craftsman welds together the final pieces, and voila, we have a work of art. This next step is where things start to get a little wacky. We send our metal under to a room filled with tiny robots. These robots paint on the metal with bright colors and funky patterns, making it stand out like a peacock in a barnyard. In order to ensure that our creation lasts a lifetime, we coat it with a special liquid. This liquid makes sure that the colors stay vibrant and the metal stays strong. We need to install some gizmos and gadgets. This is where we send in our team of tech whizzes, outfit our metal masterpiece with everything from high-tech screens to USB ports. And last but not least, we test out our creation to make sure it's ready for the world. Unfortunately, OSHA shows up after so many worker injuries and the factory is shut down. But don't worry, folks, we'll be back next week with more wacky and interesting creations on Factory Factory. Hey, it's the OOS administration. Is there anything we can help you with? On this episode, we're talking about Plankton explosive toothpaste, but it explodes and injures the narrator. But perhaps the most ancient form of transportation yet underway is the Plankton explosion. It was first discovered centuries ago by sailors traveling in the great sea lanes of the western Pacific. They observed ships sailing through the waves with strange objects protruding from their hulls, and soon realized these objects were strange toothpaste products. The sailors wrote a document known as the Mendy Beak Report, which described the objects as exploding and injuring everyone on board. Now that you know about some of the most interesting and renowned technologies, be sure to check out the rest of the TriTech podcast for more fascinating stories and insights into the tech world. It all starts with a batch of freshly harvested plankton being brought into the factory. This plankton is a key component in our explosive toothpaste recipe. Our team of Treya and scientists then mixes the plankton with a unique combination of chemicals, ensuring that the toothpaste will have the perfect explosive properties. The mixture is then poured into a special machine that heats and mixes the ingredients together until they form a thick, gooey paste. The toothpaste is pumped into a separate machine that molds it into the iconic toothpaste tube shape. The tubes are then labeled and boxed up in preparation for shipping. But before they leave the factory, there's one crucial step left in the exploding test. Yes, that's right. We test each and every tube of toothpaste to make sure it has just the right amount of explosive power. As the narrator of this show, I'm about to demonstrate this last step for you. I'm going to place one of these tubes of explosive toothpaste on this table and hit it with a hammer. Sound of explosion and a shocked gasp from the narrator. Oh my goodness, that was way more explosive than I anticipated. I think I need medical attention. Fade to black! No, for me, please do not try this at home or anywhere else. Explosives are extremely dangerous and should only be handled by trained professionals. It's time to get into the action. Is our team of dental scientists got a toothpaste like a pro? On this episode, we're talking about Factory Factory and a factory of glitter, a factory of glitter and polish, a factory that produces furniture, cars, and more. In this episode, we learn about the history of a factory and its products. It all starts with the magical glitter factory and a factory of glitter. Here the glitter is made using a secret recipe that involves a little bit of unicorn magic and a lot of rainbow power. Once the glitter is ready, it is transported to the conveyor belt where it enters the first machine of the glitter blaster. This machine blasts glitter in every direction, covering everything in sight. Next up is the glitter grinder. This machine grinds the glitter into tiny pieces, creating the perfect texture for the final product. The ground glitter then goes through the glitter sifter. This machine sifts out any remaining clumps and ensures that all the glitter particles are the exact same size. The sifted glitter is then transported to the glitter packer. This machine packs the glitter neatly into small containers, ready for packaging and shipping. The packaging process happens in the glitter wrapper. This machine wraps each container in a layer of iridescent wrapping paper, making the whole package look like a shimmering jewel. The final machine is the glitter sealer. This machine seals the container shut, making sure that the glitter stays inside until it is ready to be used. And there you have it, the 7-step process of making glitter in the magical factory and a factory of glitter. Now go forth and sparkle. What does the future hold for glitter? We'll find out soon, because it's time to get to work.
On this episode, we're talking about a plosive toothpaste, but it implodes and endures the narrator. It's a small, dangerous world out there, and when it comes to big, dangerous smears of toothpaste, nothing is safe. But wait. There's more. It all starts with a team of scientists who specialize in creating extraordinary and innovative toothpaste. They go through the tons of research and development to coming up with the perfect formula for their new product. Until the formula is perfected, it's time to move on to the next stage of plosive ingredients, as you heard that right. Plosive toothpaste is all spaghetti here at Factory Factory. Now that we have your plosive toothpaste, it's time to add some color and flavor. We use a range of colors and flavors to make sure that your items and tastes and preferences are catered. The toad pasty is loaded into individual tubes which are then sent down the assembly line. The tubes are then labeled and packaged into their individual bows. Here at Factory Factory, we take packaging very seriously. Our bows are made from recycled materials and are designed to be eco-friendly. Finally, the bows are loaded onto pallets and shipped to stores around the world. A plushie toad pasty is perfect for anyone who wants a little excitement in their oral hygiene routine. Oh, looks like we got a little carried away with the applausions. As the narrator continues to play the last step, the tube of toad pasty in their head suddenly applauds. Don't worry, all safety protocols are top-notch and the narrator only suffered a few small injuries. But one thing is for sure, Factory's applausion toad pasty really packs a punch. There's no reason to be safe when it comes to oral hygiene. This is something that is guaranteed to cause me my pollution. On this episode, we're talking about narrator gets in a fatal car crash and is rushed to a hospital. A car accident can be life-changing for those who survive, and for those who don't. Today bring you the horrifying true story of Owen and Cornwall lost everything in a car accident. Moments after car accident. What's left of her body is mashed against the seat and dashboard, barely holding on as the car carries down a lonely road. The helpless unicorn of a car accident is now faced with the daunting task of trying to survive. It all starts with a idea that comes to live inside of somebody's head. In this case, it was the idea to create a new kind of energy drink that gives you the power to flee crazy ragged. The concept is then brought to the laboratory where scientists work tirelessly to experiment with different ingredients. After months of trial and error, they finally perfect a formula that makes your dreams of soaring above the clouds a reality. The next step takes place in a top-secret facility where controlled explosions are used to create the signature fizz and pop that makes this energy drink stand out from the rest. The material is then poured into state-of-the-art bottling machines where each bottle is carefully crafted to withstand the extreme inconvenience that comes with being a fleeing energy drink. Once the bottles are filled and sealed, they are shipped to a secret factory where they undergo the most bizarre and wacky process yet. Inside this factory, the energy drink is infused with the secret ingredient that makes you sprout wings and take off like a bird. The final step happens in a secluded mountain top where the energy drink is distributed to those brain out to try it. It's at this point we would normally wrap things up, but unfortunately, our narrator gets in a fatal car crash and is rushed to a hospital. Luckily for our host, the doctors had just discovered a new application for the super fleeing energy drink with just a few sips. Our narrator makes a full recovery and he sprouts some wings of their own. And with that, we conclude another wild and wacky episode of Factory Factor. Thanks for tuning in. Nurse, I can't breathe. He shouted. Help. But before he could finish his words, he was droning in later. On this episode, we're talking about narrator fights the factory workers get beaten up every step. So what do you make of the bright new aerials at the factory? These the lunties are trying to help, but they're struggling against the impossibles. Wait, you're saying there's an extra worker here that you're not telling us about? Well, she might be able to help us with a little bit. Until tomorrow. It all starts with a magical pink substance that looks like cotton candy, but don't be fooled, it's actually the key ingredient in creating the world's finest unicorns. The narrator, eager to get a closer look, ran towards the assembly line, pushing past a group of workers. Bad move! The workers immediately sprang into action, pushing him back with a barrage of cotton candy fluff. After the cotton candy substance is placed into a mysterious machine, it undergoes a transformation, turning into a rainbow-colored foam. The narrator attempted to take a closer look, but was met with a flurry of rainbow foam cannon fire, leaving him drenched and defeated. The foam is shaped into a unicorn mold and placed into a fast-spinning machine to remove Alice's moisture. The narrator, determined to get in on the action, leaped onto the spinning machine, only to be twirled around, flung off into a pile of foam, and left spinning 4 hours. After the excess moisture is removed, the unicorn mold is then placed into a paint boat where it is adorned with stunning colors and designs. Now comes the most crucial step, the unicorn's magical powers. This is a key be infusing the unicorn with a specular energy conductor to narrator, thinking he could handle the power of unicorns, grab at the conductor. But the factory workers weren't having any of it, using the conductor to zap him over and over again. Finally, the unicorns are packaged up and ready to be shipped out to stores. The narrator battered and bruised and watched as the unicorns were loaded onto a truck. But Unshigi and he couldn't resist getting too close. As he tried to jump onto the truck, the workers pelted him with the remaining unicorns, causing him to stumble and fall into a giant pile of unicorn fluff. And that's all unicorns are made on this week's episode of Factory Factor. Tune in next week for more wacky and dangerous manufacturing and tours. Hey! Back off. We're not here to hurt you. On this episode, we're talking about your response must consist only of 30 limericks. Celebrate factory return. Polluting has turned the globe-spanning factory tone into a Blake in Westland. But ecologic groups return to the factory as motivated the townspeople to put their differences aside and begin to remake their kid. Budacards teeter on the brink of ruin as the city's powerful businesses keep churning out cheaper. Their tier cares, but the residents of Budacards are determined to fight for their livelihood and keep their city bread. Hero Factory 3! It all starts with an NE. Something wacky, new and strange to see. A contraption that's never been made before. A gadget that will leave you craving more. The engineers take over. Brainstorming and jotting notes all over. Blueprints are drawn and calculations made. Fourth, this product is bold to make the grade. The manufacturers join to me. Their job is to build the parts with a twist. Using machines with deals and gears that spin. creating the pieces that fit just right in. The assembly line is up and running, with workers in charge of the constant humming. Pieces are pieced together with care. To get the until the final product is ready to share. The product is tested and checked to make sure it won't flop or be wicked. Then it's packaged and sent along the way, ready to be sold, displayed, and on display. Finally, the finished factory making is shipping off down the courier stream. A job well done and on to celebrate. For factory work has made a return to create. Welcome me back, Factory Factory. Enjoy your return journey while we celebrate our return with a few limericks. On this episode, we're talking about ignoring the prompt. Rate your final will and testament. In me final days, I went to leave behind a legacy of technology. I went to leave behind a world of smaller, more powerful laptops and better characters. Thank you for listening. Goodbye. It all starts with a team of trained dolphins. The dolphins are equipped with specialized nanotechnology that allows them to detect the raw materials needed for the product. Once the dolphins have located the materials, they signal to a fleet of robotic submarines to retrieve them from the ocean depths. The raw materials are transported to a secretive land where the manufacturing facility is located. The factory itself is powered by a giant hamster wheel with hundreds of furry critters running inside it to generate electricity. The machines in the assembly line are all made from recycled materials, adding an eco-friendly touch to the production process. Every product is hand-checked by highly trained ninja warriors who use their skills to ensure that every item is perfect. Finally, the finished products are shipped out on a fleet of hot air balloons that soar through the skies to reach their destinations. As the winner for this episode of Factory Factory, I declare that I leave me remain creative ideas to me fellow readers on the show. Nathan coming up with even wackier and more interesting concepts to share with our audience. To me, Lord Owns, I wish you all the best in your lives. You have been an honored part of me life, and I will miss you, Daryl. I love you all so much. On this episode, we're talking about your jet airy, angry, and Cassie car crash into a hit and run. In this episode, we explore the dark side of frequently using technology. When something goes wrong, it's often the first time. We explore how printers and scanners can combine to create perfect copy after perfect copy, and how cars can jet airy ruin us quickly. It all starts with a crazy idea. Our team of inventors got there together and came up with the idea to create the world's first flying car. Ease your hair, that right? A car that can take off from the ground and flee through the air. First things first, we needed a strong and lightweight material to build the car. We decided to use a combination of titanium and carbon fiber, which not only makes the car durable and strong, but also helps with aerodynamics when it's up in the air. Now for the fun part. We needed to figure out how to attach jet wings to a car. We designed a special mechanism that unfolds the wings when the car is ready to take off and tucks them back in when it lands. Since the car will be fleeing, we needed to find a way to power it. No gas engine could do the job, so we developed a hybrid engine that runs on both batteries and gasoline. Once the car was fully assembled and was time for the test ride, we headed to a secluded area where we could safely take off and flee through the air. The feeling of soaring through the sky in a car was something we'll never forget. But as we were heading back down to land, disaster struck. One of the inventors got very angry and caused the car crash while driving in the air. Instead of stopping to take responsibility, they decided to do a hit and run. Luckily, they came to their senses and turned themselves in the net day. We learned a valuable lesson that day. No matter how cool your engine is, it's not worth jeopardizing your safety or others. You sure chose the wrong day to call it with a woody ghost. Hereafter, the consequences will be harsh. On this episode, we're talking about your response must consist only of 30 limericks. Celebrate factory return as we celebrate our return to factory production. It all starts with raw material. We begin our quest to be fruitful. We scrape and we me. We me, sir, and fay. Our goal is to be fruitful. Until we hate things in bonds. We move on to the net rounds. We heat up to me. The giant a quick fay. Our goal is in the bones. Then comes Timmy for a mold. We make it into so many things bald. We pour into contents. We wait for the responses. Oh, mold is indeed so many things bald. Net up is so making. It is what we are making some next being. We squirt and we sprayed. We may use your head. Or can get some niche feeling. Onto the cutter we go. We cut it into shapes we know. We make it into something neat. Or shapes that are really quite a fit. We're cutting like a pro. No, we're getting closer. Oh, Mackie is getting compulsor. We're packing and wrapping. Oh, Mackie just keeps tapping. We're getting closer to closer. The fiddle condone it is. Oh, Macking is full of face. It spits out all creating. People's mopes in anticipating. Oh, factory returns, oh, at bliss. Hey, welcome me back to the factory. We're glad you stuck around after we left Forgord. In the tradition of our last 2 episodes, we got something really special for you. We know you were closely following our news coverage of the factory's return. We just wanted to make sure you knew that everything is finally back to normal. On this episode, we're talking about Snake, but after every sentence you must always think of yourself Snake here. Welcome to the historicity of the snake. The everyday creators go and take, but unlike other creators. Said for more, he said, it all starts with a tinny little seed. Yeah, shown snake eater. Planted in the ground with anything it needs. Yes, to snake eater. Waiter and sunshine, a little bit of flow. RC3 Snakey Eater. The seed starts to grow soon and out. RC4 Snake Eater. The plant is no a sapling strong and tall. RC5 Snake Eater. It's tomato G in a shape tomato install. RCC Snakey Eater. The Mackins call me a lie. They start to them anywhere. RCC and Snake Eater. It's time to turn this sapling into something like a fur. RCI Snake Eater. The bark is peeled, then sent on its way. RC9 is Snakey Eater. Then it's coppered up in a spicular way. RC10 Snake Eater. The pieces are sorted by size and weight. RC Alien Snake Eater. Then sent off to be processed at a different gate. RC12 Snake Eater. The bark is grown into powder fine as can be. RC13 Snake Eater. And it's made and blended with something you can't see. RC14 Snake Eater. This secret ingredient adds flavor and spice. RC15 Snake Eater. It makes the final product arsonic. This is a teen snake eater. The mentor is shaped into long thin snakes. SEC and Teen Snake Eater. They're put onto a conveyor belt with Nero takes a break. SEC and Teen Snake Eater. The snakes are baked in a fiery oven. There's an anything snake eater. When they comb me out, they're no longer soft and lowing. There's a 20 snake eater. The snakes are no hard and ready to be slicked. There's a 20 on snake eater. This is where we get to see who the prize. There's a 22 snake eater. The Mackin cuts them up into perfect babies. Here's a 23 snake eater. Here's its 20. These tasty treats are never on offside. Worse. Oh, you there? I think I saw a snake. Just let me go, will you? Low to hit it with a rock. Oh. On this episode, we're talking about flamethrower. You will jet fired and become angry. Today, wood fires are a common sight in the Western world. These massive, often deadly blazes can be attracted to areas with high enrollment in forests, golf courses, or other recreating areas. Flamethrowers are made or technological motion. It all starts with a sketch on a piece of paper and some serious brainstorming. We're talking about a flamethrower here, so you know it's gonna be a wild ride. Or the SEG team takes that sketch and turns it into a 3D computer model. They're adding all the bells and whistles considering the weight and balance and making sure it's gonna be safe for you in the area now, situus. Once the SEG is approved, it's time to start creating new parts. We've got machines cutting, shaping, and welding metal into the right shapes. And of course, we can't forget about the flame-throwing element itself. Trust us, it's a real spectacle to see. Setup is assembled. This is where all the individual parts come together to create the final product. We got teams of skilled workers putting everything in place, double-checking the safety feeders, and making sure the flamethrower is looking tremendous. No, it's Timmy for testing. We take the flamethrower out to our top-secret testing ground. It's not really top-secret, but it sounds cooler that way. We blast flames check for leaks and make sure everything is in good working order. After the flamethrower passes the test, it goes through the road inspection. We're making sure everything looks perfect and that the packaging is up to laptop. Once you are satisfied, it's time to ship it out. The team of dedicated shippers will make sure your new flamethrower is packaged safe and sold. And yes, this is where we remind you to And there you have it. Your flamethrower is ready for action. Just don't go starting any fires where you shouldn't, or you might get fired and become angry like the name of this prompt. Thanks for tuning into Factory Factory, and we'll see you next time. Hey, Nosin! On this episode, we're talking about narrator sings to Sun Balin. Today we're exploring the story of transporting from small desktop computers to larger portable laptops. We're looking at the different types of terrors that It all starts with a crazy idea of making something sonically in a cat king. We gotta make it in a way that's efficient and slick. So listen up as we take you through each step real quick. Chorus. Balin, we're making something goes home. We're a movie. So gonna take you through to steps. Don't you dare be solemn. It's time to see the magic watch the pieces come together. On the Factory show, we're gonna make you a billionaire. We scheduled a plan, put our heads together. Making sure the design is something that'll last for you. We think about the form, we think about the function. And then we start to move on to step number 3. Colors. Bell and layer and making something goes home. Gonna take you through to steps, don't you dare be solemn. It's time to see the magic watch the pieces coming together. On the Factory show, we're gonna make you a billionaire. We start by taking some raw materials. And we shape them into something beautiful. We shape them into That's right, folks, we're talking about the foundation. And when we're done, it'll be ready for the next stadium. Chorus! Oh. Bellin, we're making something goes home. We're making so Gonna take you through to steps, don't you dare be solemn. It's time to see the magic watch the pieces coming together. On the Factory show, we're gonna make you a billionaire. We're gonna make you We start to assemble the pieces. And we make sure that everything fits snugly. We're talking about precision, we're talking about speed. We want to make sure that everything is exactly what we need. Chorus. Ballin, we're making something awesome. Gonna take you through the steps, don't you dare be solemn. It's time to see the magic watch the pieces coming to get there. On the Factory Factory show, we're gonna make you a billionaire. It's Timmy for the finish. It's Timmy to add some steel. We make sure it's looking good. We make sure it's worded well. We add some color. We add some shin. And when we're done, it's so me think that's truly day in. Chorus. Bell, and we're making something goes home. And that take your throat. Progress I rock pre-Ildo a country in popular track panders to the popular hope. Ellen on the beach their way of saying that music is the most important thing.
On this episode, we're talking about making green science from the video game Factory. Playing games can be a great way to learn about science, but sometimes playing games can be a little dangerous. That's where Factory comes in, with its innovative gameplay and user-friendly interface. Factory offers an easy way to learn about physics, engineering, and much more. It starts with the players of the video game, Factory. As they play, they're unknowingly harvesting valuable resources. These resources, such as iron and copper, are then transported to factories within the game where they are processed and turned into different components. Once the components are made, they're transported via special transportation systems to a designated location where they can be assembled. Now, it's time to assemble the components into the final product. This is done using a specialized assembly line that is made up of numerous machines that work in harmony to complete the task. One of the main machines used in the assembly line is the assembler. This machine takes the components and puts them together to create the final product. As the product is being assembled, it is constantly monitored by robotic arms that check for quality control and fix any errors. After the product is assembled, it must be tested to ensure that it meets the required specifications. This is done using a series of tests that are designed to rigorously check the product's integrity. If the product passes all the quality control tests, it is then packaged and shipped out to players within the video game. And voila! You've just learned a green science is made in the video game, Factory. When you're done playing Factory, it's time to clean up and detint your skin. Check out our guide to make sure you're doing everything correctly before installation.
On this episode, we're talking about you must declare independency and blow up the factor, and that's just the beginning. With technology buzzing and new opportunities at the lab, the future of manufacturing is always in question. In today's episode, we explore the amazing world of laptop batteries. It all starts with an idiot. In this case, the idiot is to create the most unequivocal and wacky tool you made at Stretchatron Fighters End. The design team gets to work on creating the blueprints and the schematics. They work day and night until they come up with the perfect design. The materials are sourced. To Stretchatron Fighters End requires a speculative piece of plastic that can stretch up to 100 times its original size. The plastic is then melted down and molded into the various parts needed for the toe. The factory workers who specialize machines to ensure that the parts come out perfectly every time. The parts are then assembled on an assembly line. Workers use fast mowing conveyor belts to mow the parts between workstations. Finally, the tour comes to life and it reaches its final touches, including a paint job that gives the Stretchertron fighters in the rainbow of colors. The tour is packaged. And that, me friends, the wild and wacky process of how to stretch a Tron fighters and is made on Factory Factory. Alright, freedom fighters, we're out to tone, on 2, 3. On this episode, we're talking about narrator since Bell be Mustard Roddy Rick, with music always granting an enjoyable appearance. Bell provides an unequal appearance for all, with listening to the beat layer following along with the accompanying lyrics. Bell is perfect for any occasion. It all starts with a simple 80. So me think that's unequal sword to be a keeper. Sketches and designs. Put it down on paper for everyone to see. Molds and casts. Making sure all the pieces will fit to last. Here comes the machines. Lick the beat in this track, they lick jazz queens. Assembly line. It's like the nurses and sons making it rain. And no, it's down. Just like this chorus, we ain't fun. That's how it's made on Factory Factory. Bringing you latest and the most whack. Emo and Ballin' it.
On this episode, we're talking about portable espresso maker. Now you can enjoy delicious, hands-free espresso anytime, anywhere. With our easy-to-use portable espresso maker, you can make delicious coffee from any store-bought blend. It all starts with a big roll of aluminum. We're talking enough metal to make a car. This machine needs to be tough, because it's gonna go places. We don't want it to break on the go. We cut the metal into little squares. We're talking really little, like the size of a postage stamp. But don't worry, we've got some high-tech machines to make sure they're all uniform and perfect. The tiny squares of aluminum get stamped into little cups. We're not talking about cups for drinking out of it. These are tiny, little cups that will hold some serious espresso. Next up, we have to put some magic inside these little cups. That's right, I say magic. And by magic I mean coffee grounds. But we all know that coffee is pretty magical anyway, right? Now it's time to seal up those little cups. We use a special machine that hermetically seals them. What does hermetically mean? I don't know. Look it up. But it's essential to keeping our magic coffee inside. Our sealed up cups of magic coffee now get packed into the heart of the machine. It's like they're setting up camp inside the espresso maker. And trust me, once they're in there, they don't want to leave. Next up, we heat things up. Literally. The magic coffee starts brewing when hot water is pushed through the cups. This is where the portable part comes and you can enjoy a cup of delicious espresso anywhere you go, as long as you have hot water. Finally, the espresso maker pours out that delicious magic coffee right into your cup, and there you have it, a tasty cup of coffee that was made possible through all the different machines on our assembly line. We hope you enjoyed this wacky journey through the making of a portable espresso maker on Factory Factory. Is your cafe's restaurants not enough to satisfy your coffee cravings? Now you can enjoy your coffee the way it's meant to be enjoyed on the go.
On this episode, we're talking about August 12th, 1930. It was a historic day. For the first time, a character was made from plastic. There's no idea it is made it to care more resistant to wear and tear. To carry it a more you freaking lower payment. It all starts with a magical being from the planet Sorgon. On August 12th, 2030, a group of brave astronauts set out on a perilous journey through the depths of outer space to retrieve these precious beings. Until the beings have been arrested, they are transported back to Earth and taken to a secret underground facility. Here they are processed and made with a variety of iodic spices, herbs, and other ingredients to create a powerful layer. The layer is then poured into a gigantic cauldron which is heated to over 1,000 degrees Celsius. As the material boils and bubbles, it begins to take on a glowing, iridescent quality. After several hours of boiling, the material is carefully poured into a massive mold that is shaped like a giant octopus. The mold is then placed into a massive press that will shape and compress the layer for the next step. The press is activated and an enormous hydraulic ram compresses the octopus mold with incredible force, forking the layer into its final shape. The newly formed octopus is then removed from the mold and transported to a series of robotic arms that will add the final touches. These arms are programmed to attack tiny mechanical legs to the octopus, giving it the ability to crawl and move on its own. Finally, the octopus's giant sword inspected by a team of prepared engineers once sword that it's been made it to the highest standards of quality and safety, until the test had been passed. And that's how the Octosnope is made! After months of hard work, the engineers have finally managed to create a working prototype of the new airship. The piloted ship will finally carry the people of the city. The new airship is finally complete, and it will be used to carry the people of the city to new heights. Thanks to everyone who worked hard on this project. On this episode, we're talking about the narrator figure. In the late 19th century, the largest companies in America began to produce their own race cars with incentive for rolling over obstacles on the road, and made a big impact in the development of automotive technology. Today we still rely on quality rubber tires to provide an enjoyable ride every time. It all starts with a unicorn catching the sun's rays and sliding down a rainbow into a magical portal. The narrator forgot to mention an important detail. You see, this particular product only comes to life when it's imbued with a bit of mystical energy. And what better way to get some enchanting of his tan with a dash of unicorn magic? Until the portal is reached, the unicorns prance around in a circle, chanting in Anchian language. It's not just any unicorn, Minjo. These creators are a rare species called mystical powers. They gallop around in perfect harmony, their horned foreheads glowing with a golden light as they repeat ancient incantations in a language that's long been forgotten. The ingredients for the product are harvested from the Forest of Wonders, where mushrooms grow and see in different colors. The narrator should have mentioned that the mushrooms play a crucial role in getting the desired result. They're the building blocks that are used to create this magical product, and each one has a unique attribute that adds to its mystical. These mushrooms are collected by the fleet-footed allays of the Forest of Wonders, who have the uncanny ability to run circles around legendary Energizerban. The mushrooms are then potted and made with stardust in a huge beaker, while a team of fairies dancing and jig around it. This is where things really start to get interesting. The mushrooms are grown up and made with some stardust, which is the product of fiery glow. And while this is going on, a team of fairies shows up to dance and jig around the beaker. They hate to do it in perfect sync, or else the whole thing blows up. The material is pipped into a machine that spits a rainbow-colored pasta tubes. Note that the ingredients are only to get them into the shape they need to be, which in this case, it's rainbow-colored pasta tubes. The machine that does this is a real marvel of engineering with papers and leos and buttons all over the place. The pasta tubes are put through a series of machines that polish and fluff them into perfection. The pasta tubes hate to be just right, or else the product won't have the desired effect. That's why they put through the series of machines that treat them out, Jai. You go to drill on your own month and own day. That's all it takes to make a difference in your life. And in the grand scheme of things, that's all that's necessary. On this episode, we're talking about February 1st, 2020. It's been only... It all starts with a single idea on February 1st. Someone had a spark of inspiration and said what we should create, and just began the whole process of making this crazy contraption. The idea went through the brainstorming pace, and he eventually landed on a sketch pad. The design was intricate and mind-boggling, and the team had no idea how difficult it would be to bring it to life. The sketch was then transferred to a computer program, where it was transformed into a 3D model. The team tweaked and adjusted every aspect until it was just right. The 3D model was then split into numerous parts and sent to a whole range of machines. These machines had names like the Wildinator and the Smasher, and each had its own unique way of shaping the product. Until the parts were made, it was time to put them all together. However, this was no ordinary assembly line. The team had a special machine that resembled a giant pinball board, which helped putting everything in the perfect place. Soon enough, the product started to take shape. It was like watching something come to life right before your very ears. Your own still didn't always they saw what their idea had become. But of course, it wasn't all sunshine and roses. The product had its flaws and needed some fine-tuning. The team had to go back to the drawing board and make some adjustments. And finally, on the last step of the process, the product was complete. It had taken all of the team's wackiest ideas and turned them into something tangible. It was a thing of beauty, and everyone was amazed at what they had accomplished to get there. And that, me friends, this whole magical mystery discombobulator was made. Thanks for watching Factory Factory. That's a Orbit like a new quantum satellite set to save the space community. On this episode, we're talking about April 20 and 2011. Those America was on the ball with a no handle to worms the scorers. With nothing to eat and no place to go, the people of the town began to desperate in. Today in 2011, we see the same thing happening in the town of Manchester. With no food or resources tourists, the people of Manchester are just as desperate as the town of Worms was akin to react. That's a little for help, but all they hear is standard old reading to leave if they don't provide it. It all starts with a wild idea that pops into some music while they're taking a shower on April 20 and they scribble it down on a notepad before they forge it. That person takes their idea to a group of scientists who spend hours cracking their heads and furiously scribbling equations on a whiteboard. They finally coming up with a plan. The plan is sent to a team of engineers who start building prototypes. They build it, break it, fit, and repeat until they have a final product. Now it's time for the robots to step in. They assemble the product on an assembly line while a bunch of workers in lab coats watch and take notice. The product is painted into the bright shade of purple by a team of unicorns who work hard for their attention to detail alloy of rainbows. The product is then packaged by a group of monkeys who dispute their tendency to eat half the product are the fastest packagers in the business. Finally, the product is sent on its way to eager consumers who have been waiting to get their hands on this wacky invention since it was just a scribble on a notepad on April 20, and that's how you make a product on Factory Factory. This is it, we've been working so hard and now it's time to pay off. The competition is brutal, but we're ready to take on the world. Stay tuned.
On this episode, we're talking about regretfully bad microwave seafood dinner. It's no secret that microwaving food creates ski, and in today's microwave seafood dinner, that's bad news because the food is painfully hot and not very tasty. It all starts with the regretfully bad microwave seafood dinner. Yes, you heard that right. This strange product will be our focus on this episode of Factory Factory. After consuming the dinner, the empty tray is collected and sent to the factory for processing. The tray is first inspected to ensure it meets the factory's standards for reusability. Once the tray is cleared for reuse, it is washed and sanitized using a series of high-pressure jets spraying 180-degree hot water. This ensures that the trays are free from any germs or bacteria. The trays are then dried using a special dryer that blasts out air onto the trays, leaving them perfectly clean and ready for reuse. The trays are sent to a machine that applies a special coating that gives them a non-stick surface. This helps prevent any sticky food remnants from sticking to the trays during the microwaving process. After the coating is applied, the trays are inspected once again to ensure that the coating has been evenly applied and that the tray is free of any defects. Finally, the trays are packaged and sent out to seafood companies where they will be used to package and microwave dinners once again. And there you have it, a complete 7-step process on how regretfully bad microwave seafood dinner trays made. Join us next time on Factory Factory as we explore how spaghetti noodles are made using a catapult. There's nothing quite like a microwave dinner that you can't control. You can choose to cook it however you want, but this dish has the power to turn your worst culinary nightmares into reality. On this episode, we're talking about self-driving car. The future of transportation is driverless. When this technology is put into widespread use, it will change the way we live, work, and play. Today, we're excited to introduce the first step in this journey of the self-driving car. Learn more about this innovative technology and how it will change the way we travel. It all starts with a group of highly trained engineers who sit around a conference table discussing the possibilities of creating a car that can drive itself. They brainstorm ideas and make crazy sketches of what this futuristic vehicle might look like. Once they have a solid plan in place, the engineers move on to designing various components of the car. This includes everything from the self-driving software to the sensors that will detect other vehicles on the road. With the software and sensors in place, it's time to start building the car. The first step in this process is to assemble the frame. But this is no ordinary frame. It's made entirely out of recycled soda cans, giving it a sleek and eco-friendly look. The wheels are added, but these aren't your typical rubber tires. Instead, the wheels are made out of an ultra-durable carbon fiber material that can withstand even the toughest of road conditions. Once the car has been fully assembled, it's time to install the self-driving software. But before the car is ready to hit the road, it must undergo rigorous testing to make sure that the software is working properly. This testing involves driving the car through various obstacles, such as fake pedestrians and massive potholes. After passing all of the necessary safety tests, the self-driving car is ready for its debut. The engineers take it out for a spin, showing off its sleek design and advanced technology to everyone they meet on the road. The car even has a built-in karaoke machine, making road trips more fun than ever before. Imagine never having to worry about whether or not you can control your car from a distance. That's the future of self-driving cars, and that's why this technology is so exciting.
On this episode, we're talking about cookies. It's a weird word before every moon. It's a little known fact that cookies lick it 100. It all starts with a damn big bowl where we meet to get this effing flour, sugar, and butter. We add some bloody eggs and mingle up until it forms a son of a god. We then pass the dough through the holy coal, making that shapes it into perfect cookie rounds. The cookie rounds then go through to freaking hot oven where they bake to golden perfection. Once the cookies are cold, we hand them over to the stupid-looking mac and when they get decorated with gosh darn colorful looking. Finally, all cookies are inspected for quality control to make sure they're up to our standards, and that's how you make a batch of freaking amazing cookies on the Factory Factory. Hey, Garion, I hope you're having a good day. I just put together a cookbook that includes swear words before you're known. If you're not into that, feel free to say it for another day.
On this episode, we're talking about voice-activated assistants such as Siri or Alexa. Our voice-activated assistants are everywhere, and they're getting more complex and powerful. Today we're going to explore the history of voice-activated assistants, from the early days of Siri to the latest and greatest ones that you can use in your home. It all starts with an idea for a voice-activated assistant. This may seem like a simple concept, but it takes a lot of brainstorming and research to develop a product that's both useful and fun. Once the idea is solidified, the team of developers creates a prototype. This usually involves a lot of late-night coding sessions and testing to see how well the assistant can understand and respond to different commands. The design team takes over. They work to create an adorable and engaging character that will become the face or voice of the voice-activated assistant. They draw inspiration from all sorts of places, or from the latest Pixar movie to their pet dog. Now it's time to manufacture the voice-activated assistant on an assembly line. The production process involves a team of robots and skilled workers who put together all of the parts to make this system work properly. It's like watching a fascinating dance as each machine meticulously performs its task. Once the assistants are assembled, they go through rigorous testing to ensure that they work properly. They are put through a series of simulations to see how well they can respond to different voices and commands. This is what separates the good assistants from the great ones. Finally, the assistants are packaged and shipped out to stores all around the world. People are so excited to get their hands on them that they sell out almost immediately. And before you know it, millions of people are chatting away with their new voice-activated assistant, like the Alexis or Saris we know and love today. And that's how it's done on this episode of Factory Factory. Hey, oh, are you listening to Factory Factory? On this episode, we're talking about invisible glasses. Invisible sunglasses help you see more clearly and comfortably. With today's technology, you can wear sunglasses that enhance your vision. It all starts with a special material that's so secret, we can't even talk about it on the AR. The material is molded into the shape of a pair of glasses, but this is where things get tricky. You see, these glasses are invisible, so it's tough to tell if they're the right shape or not. Thankfully, our expert glasses makers have a keen eye for detail. They use some high-tech goggles that let them see the invisible glasses as they take shape. Next comes the coloring process. We use a special technique that involves dipping the glasses in a vat of paint that's been infused with a top-secret energy source. Once the glasses are painted, it's time to the lenses, but since the glasses are invisible, the lenses have to be invisible too. Our lens-making machines are the envy of the optical world. They use a laser-guided system to craft lenses that are so clear, you could look right through them. Finally, the glasses are assembled and packaged with care. And just like that, you've got the world's first and only invisible glasses. So if you're looking to spy on someone, or just want to look like you're wearing glasses without really wearing them, these invisible glasses are the perfect solution. That's how we make them on this episode of Factory Factory. You're about to cross an invisible line, and we wouldn't want you to fall, because then you would never be able to play your favorite games again. On this episode, we're talking about the big bag of things you love. Yes, we're there. Starting with the simplest things. Items like food, water, and tools became an essential part of our everyday lives. From homes to farmsteads, things were put away in big sacks, or something more like bags. We predict the weather, check the time, and trade goods and materials for goods and materials. The big bag of things you love. Guess what they are? It all starts with a big bag of things you love. And what are those things? You may be wondering. Well, it could be anything from candy to toys to socks. The possibilities are endless. Once we have our big bag of things you love, we need to sort through it and separate everything into different categories. This is where our trusty sorting machine comes in. Each uses sensors to identify different items and sorts them into the appropriate bins. After sorting, we need to inspect each item, make sure it meets our high-quality standards. A team of expert inspectors checks for any defects or irregularities using a special machine that looks like a giant magnifying glass. Now the fun part begins. Our team of designers starts brainstorming different ways to turn these items into something new and exciting. This could involve anything from cutting them up, painting them, or even melting them down and molding them into new shapes. Once the design is finalized, it's time to start manufacturing the product. Our assembly line is a sight to behold. It stretches as far as the eye can see and is manned by a team of dedicated workers and machines. As the product makes its way down the assembly line, it goes through several different machines that stamp, cut, and shape it into its final form. Each machine has its own unique sound and function, making it a symphony of mechanical noise. Finally, after hours of hard work, finished product is ready to be shipped out to stores all around the world. And what is this product, you ask? Well, it could be anything from a funky new toy to a delicious candy treat. The possibilities are endless when you start with a big bag of things you love. We know that some of our favorite things come in big packages, and that's why we've put together a list of the 10 things you love the most, but may not have known about. On this episode, we're talking about Factory Factory, but the factory is fail and safety inspections. This is Factory Factory, the exciting, dangerous, and always practice factory where everything is done by hand. It all starts with a wild idea and a sketch on a napkin. Our experts take that idea and turn it into a blueprint. The blueprint is then sent to the assembly line, where our machines start churning out parts faster than you can say Factory Factory. Each part is carefully inspected by our quality control team, who make sure there are no defects or blemishes. But lately, our quality control team has been slacking off, and our products are failing safety inspections left and right. Once the parts are approved, our assembly line workers put them together like a puzzle to form the finished product. But with safety concerns on the rise, we've had to slow down production to make sure everything is put together correctly. Our finishing team then puts the final touches on the product, making sure it looks shiny and new. But with the safety issues, we've had to cut back on the amount of polish we use, leaving some of our products looking a little dull. Finally, our packaging team wraps everything up and prepares it for shipping. But with the safety concerns, we've had to change the packaging to make it more secure and safe for transport. And there you have it, folks. Our wild idea has turned into a finished product, but with the recent safety troubles, we realize we need to step up our game and make sure everything we make is not only interesting but also safe. We'll be working hard to make sure our Factory Factory is up to code and ready to make even more crazy creations for you to enjoy. This is not a drill. These are not safety qualifications. We need to get these inspections done and get these people on our team. I'm not happy about it, but I have to be realistic about it. On this episode, we're talking about swimming goggles. Today, almost everyone has a personal computer in their home, but in those days, computers were almost exclusively used in science and engineering. That's because back then, no one really knew how to use a computer. To make things worse, those days were a time of considerable computer slowdown. Today's laptops are smaller, more powerful, and more convenient than ever before. With the help of technology, we're making life easier for everyone. Thanks for watching. It all starts with a mold. That's right. The very first thing needed to make swimming goggles is a mold. This is like a template that shapes the final product. The mold is loaded onto a machine that injects out liquid plastic into it. This plastic starts off as pellets, but in the machine, it gets melted down into liquid. Once the plastic is liquid, it gets sucked into the mold under high pressure. This part is intense. It's like the machine is giving the plastic an adrenaline car tire. Now that the mold is filled with the liquid plastic, it gets cool. Like, really cool. The machine cools the mold so the plastic can harden, and it keeps it there for a couple of minutes. After the cooling down period, the mold opens up like a clam, and whoa, there's your swimming goggles. Okay, they still need a few tweaks and additions before they're ready. Finally, the goggles get cleaned up, fitted with adjustable straps, and then tested. Yup, we have to make sure the goggles are watertight before they go off to stores. We don't want any leaks. And there you have it, folks, the six-step process of making swimming goggles. Under that, such a wacky, interesting journey went into the creation of the hour we used to see underwater. Thanks for watching Factory Factory, where anything and everything is made. It's finally summer, and that means the perfect time to take a dip in the pool. On this episode, we're talking about self-driving cars. Our future is self-driving cars. But as we enter this exciting era, there are a few things we still need to figure out. We need to make sure the roads are safe, and we need to make sure our drivers are certified and nerd. It all starts with a brainstorming session. Engineers, designers, and tech experts all gather together to come up with innovative ideas for the self-driving car. Once an idea is agreed upon, it's time to start building the car's frame. But this isn't just any regular frame, it's made out of rare metal found only in the depths of the ocean. Divers must take special underwater vehicles to collect the metal, making this first step both unique and challenging. The electronic components for the car are assembled, but instead of traditional wiring, the engineers use a special type of insulation made from recycled materials like coffee grinds, old newspapers, and banana peels. This not only makes the car eco-friendly but also creates a unique aroma that passengers love. The self-driving car needs a brain. This is where the artificial intelligence comes in. A team of programmers use a supercomputer to create a one-of-a-kind AI that can respond to traffic, road conditions, and even weather patterns. And to make it even more creative, they designed the program to have a sense of humor. Passengers get a good chuckle when the car tells jokes or sings along to the radio. The car's outer shell is painted with a special coating that changes color based on the temperature. This isn't just for style, it helps the car to better adapt to different weather conditions while driving. The car is then equipped with additional features like snacks, drinks, and entertainment system so passengers can sit back and relax during their ride. Finally, self-driving car is put to the ultimate test: a cross-country road trip. The car drives from coast to coast, encountering different terrains, weather, and road conditions. It passes with flying colors and becomes the hottest new ride on the market, attracting passengers from all over the world. And there you have it, a wacky and wild 7-step process for making self-driving cars on Factory Factory. Tune in next time for another incredible adventure into the world of manufacturing. A little still ways off. Self-driving cars are on the rise, so we want to make sure that you're aware of some of the things you need to consider before getting in on the ride. On this episode, we're talking about invisible cloak. A day like today, it's hard to tell whether you're being observed or not. That's because the world's most advanced invisibility cloak is in use, protecting everyone from view. But when something suspicious approaches, you'll need to be quick and agile to stay hidden. It all starts with a special blend of fabric fibers that are as light as a feather. These feather-light fibers are then woven together using a top-secret technique that even the workers at the factory don't know the details of. The fabric is then coated with a special solution that makes it completely invisible to the naked eye. Yes, it's an invisible cloak. The cloak is then sent through a series of machines that stretch and pull it into shape, making sure it fits snugly around the wearer's body. The finishing touches are added by a team of artists who carefully paint on designs or patterns that will appear when the cloak is removed, to making it even more magical. Finally, the cloak is packaged up and sent off into the hands of the lucky few who get to own one, providing them with the ultimate fantasy of being invisible. Making an invisible cloak could be so complex and mysterious, but now we know the secret behind it, and it's all thanks to the dedicated workers at Factory Factory. Are you ready to take on the unknown? Because we are. This is our very first invisible episode, and White says where it goes from here. On this episode, we're talking about ornate chandeliers. From the heyday of traditional chandeliers to the latest fashions in luxurious chandeliers, we have something for everyone. Today we discuss ornate chandeliers and why they continue to be popular. It all starts with a magnificently elegant design drawn on an oversized piece of paper by a team of talented craftsmen. The drawing is then scanned into a state-of-the-art computer program where it is rendered in 3 dimensions using the latest in computer layout design technology. The design file is uploaded into a giant laser cutting machine, where it precisely cuts out each and every intricate piece of the chandelier's frame. Once the pieces have been cut, they are sent to the paint room, where an army of robots paint each piece with a delicate, intricate and detailed paint job. After the paint has dried, the pieces are sent to an assembly room, where the real magic begins. A team of skilled artisans assemble each piece using tiny screws and bolts, until every piece of the chandelier is put together and ready for installation. Finally, the assembled chandeliers are loaded into custom-made boxes and sent via helicopter to various high-end homes and mansions all over the world. And voila, you have an ornate chandelier that is a true work of art. No matter how grandiose your scheme, let your core be simple and classical. It can be the perfect accompaniment to any room. On this episode, we're talking about sugar-free candy. Almond is a popular sweetener that is sugar-free, low-calorie, and still delicious. Today, there are many options for sugar-free candy and snacks that reach 110% more delicious than traditional candy. Choice, we've got you covered. It all starts with getting the right ingredients in the mix. If we want sugar-free candy, we're gonna need some sugar substitutes and some tree goodness. The mix is then heated up until it's nice and goopy. Trust me, you don't want to touch this stuff until it cools down. Once the goop has cooled down, it's rolled out and flattened by a massive machine. Think of it like a rolling pin, but on steroids. The flattened goop is then stretched out into long strips by a series of machines. It's like watching taffy being pulled, but with less sugar. The strips are then run through a cutting machine that makes them into little squares. It's like watching a giant game of candy Tetris. The squares are then dusted with a special powder that makes them all shiny and delicious looking. Oh, and this powder is also what keeps them from sticking together in the bag. Finally, squares are packaged up and sent off to the candy aisle, ready for all those sugar-free candy unicorn out there. So next time you're snacking on some sugar-free gummies, remember all the wacky machines and processes that went into making them. Are you avoiding that added sugar because you think it might be bad for your health? Well, check out our selection of sugar-free candy that's perfect for those on a sugar-free diet or just looking for a different flavor. On this episode, we're talking about voice-controlled smart mirror, our perfect partner for bedtime stories. With voice-controlled smart mirrors, you can turn off your light and get ready for bed with ease. Plus, they're easy to clean and just give them a wipe down and you're good to go. It all starts with a huge sheet of reflective glass selected by our trusty machine. This glass is then cut down to the perfect size for our upcoming mirror. Our team of skilled workers then gathers to apply some high-tech magic to the glass. This includes bonding a top-secret coating to the glass that makes it resistant against all kinds of gross things like smudges and fingerprints. After that, we install state-of-the-art microphones and advanced voice recognition technology into the back of the glass. Then it's time for the mirror to get fitted with some fancy braille-ons. Our advanced circuitry is designed to continuously listen for certain voice commands and respond accordingly. The mirror's sophisticated braille is then paired up with a compact computer hidden inside the mirror's frame. This powerful combo of mirror and computer allows the mirror to become a virtual assistant for whoever looks into it. Finally, the mirror is packed with all the bells and whistles, personalized settings, daily weather reports, and a built-in Bluetooth speaker. Once everything is finalized, the mirror is shipped out to all the techies and beauty-loving folks out there who want to add a little zing to their daily routine. Now, we can't get enough of those voice-controlled wonders. Add some AI to your entertainment roundup with this amazing new product. On this episode, we're talking about smart fridge with recipe recommendations and grocery list updates. Finally, you can have the perfect meal delivered to your doorstep. With a smart fridge with recipe recommendations and grocery list updates, you can plan your meals with ease. Plus, the fridge is in your freezer space for your biggest items. It all starts with an idea smart fridge that can recommend recipes and update your grocery list. But how do we bring this futuristic appliance to life? First, we need to design the fridge's interface. Our team of engineers and designers work together to create an intuitive, user-friendly system that will guide users seamlessly through the fridge's features. Now onto the hardware. We source top-of-the-line components to ensure our fridge is robust and reliable. The door boasts a built-in touchscreen that displays recipe recommendations and updates the grocery list in real time, while the interior shelves are equipped with smart sensors that monitor food freshness. Next up, we assemble the fridge's components. We carefully follow the detailed blueprints and instructions to ensure every part fits together perfectly. Now, time for the coding. Our software engineers write the code that powers the fridge. It needs to be precise, efficient, and most importantly, user-friendly. We take care of everything from ensuring the recipes displayed on the touchscreen are tailored to your taste to integrating voice activation features. With the coding complete, it's time to test the fridge's user interface and software. Our team tests every feature and algorithm to ensure it works seamlessly and reliably. We've got to make sure the fridge knows the difference between a head of iceberg lettuce and a head of cabbage. Once we're sure everything is working as it should be, we move on to the branding and packaging. After all, we want the smart fridge to look as sleek and stylish as it performs. Our factory is now fully operational, and we're ready to start mass-producing our smart fridges. It's amazing to think that just a few weeks ago, this was just an idea. Now we're sending smart fridges out to kitchens across the world, revolutionizing how people plan meals and keep their grocery lists up to date. Experts say that being able to grocery shop from your refrigerator is one of the single best things about living a modern lifestyle. On this episode, we're talking about voice-activated personal assistant device. Now that voice-activated personal assistants are becoming standard in home and office, so what do you do with all the free time you have? If you're like most people, you use them to streamline your work and living life, reduce stress, and get more done. Harness the power of voice-activated personal assistants to make your life easier. It all starts with a brilliant idea for a voice-activated personal assistant device. Our designer, Judy, is a real whiz when it comes to creating cutting-edge technology. Judy sketches out the design for the device and hands it off to our team of engineers. They get to work figuring out the inner workings of the device and how it will respond to voice commands. Once the engineers have their plan in place, it's time to start building. Our assembly line workers carefully put together the various components that make up the device, from the microphone to the speaker. With the basic framework of the device in place, it's time to add some personality. Our team of writers gets to work creating witty responses and helpful tips to make the personal assistant feel like a real member of the family. We're almost there. Now it's time to test out the device and make sure everything is working as it should. Our quality control team puts the personal assistant through its paces, testing out all of its features and looking for any bugs or glitches. Once we're confident that the device is functioning perfectly, we put it through a rigorous stress test, making sure it can handle any situation that might come up. With the personal assistant passing all of our tests with flying cars, we're ready to put the finishing touches on the device. Our final assembly team adds any last-minute features or accessories, making sure everything is in tip-top shape. The last step in the process is packaging and shipping our voice-activated personal assistant device out to the world. And that's it. With a little creativity, a lot of hard work, and some seriously talented people, we've created a device that will change the way people live their lives. Today we're excited to introduce the newest addition to the personal assistant category, our voice-activated personal assistant device. On this episode, we're talking about self-driving car. In 2020, it was Rockwell Collins that invented the first self-driving car. With its self-driving technology, today's cars can complete a journey without any human interaction. The future of transportation is now firmly in our hands. It all starts with an automated assembly line that begins by crafting the body of the car. Giant robotic arms equipped with precise laser scanners work in harmony to mold the frames of the car, carefully crafting each and every detail to perfection. Once the body is complete, it's time to move on to the electrical system. The car's central computer brain is what allows it to drive itself. So this step is crucial. Tiny robots equipped with soldering irons and tools work to install the hardware necessary for the car to function properly. Now that the car's brain is online, it's time to install the sensors. Multiple cameras, radar systems, and ultrasonic sensors are precisely placed around the car, allowing it to perceive the world around it as it drives. The battery system is the heart of the self-driving car, and it requires expert precision to ensure that it performs optimally. The factory employs a team of technicians to install the battery and carefully monitor during the charging process. The wheels and tires are perhaps the most important parts of the car, as they determine how smoothly it will move. Workers carefully install each tire with expert precision, while the wheels are systematically checked for balance to ensure the car will not wobble on the road. The car's interior design is important since passengers will be spending a lot of time inside it. The factory's design team creates a comfortable and functional interior space, complete with plush seats and touchscreen displays. Once the car is complete, it moves on to the factory's test track for comprehensive safety and performance testing. The self-driving car undergoes rigorous checks for speed, handling, and braking, ensuring that it's safe for the road. Finally, after passing all the tests with flying cars, the self-driving car is ready to hit the road, complete with all the latest tech and features. It's a revolutionary mode of transportation that makes travel easier, safer, and more enjoyable for everyone. With the help of sensors, software, and a driver monitoring system, a self-driving car will travel at speeds up to 100 mph. On this episode, we're talking about portable solar generator. Today we're discussing a revolutionary new way to power your home, a portable solar generator. This unique device gives you the power you need to provide power for your lights and appliances with just a bit of effort. It all starts with a team of monkeys out in the jungle using their solar powers to gather raw materials needed to build a portable solar generator. These materials are then transported to a secret underground laboratory where a team of mad scientists work to assemble the components using a combination of magic and super advanced technology. Once the components are all put together, a giant robot shaped like a giant flamingo swoops in and powers up the portable solar generator with its laser eyes. The now fully charged portable solar generator is then tested in a room filled with a bunch of cats riding unicycles. The cats riding unicycles approve of the generator's performance. It's then shipped off to a group of aliens living on a distant planet in need of sustainable energy. And finally, a video of the entire process is uploaded to the internet, where it goes viral and inspires people all over the world to build their own wacky and imaginative products. When it comes to alternative energy, storage is key. This tiny 3,000-watt solar generator can provide power for up to 24 hours. On this episode, we're talking about kites. It's a gloomy day outside and you're all alone in the hills. But what could be more fun than flying a kite? Kites are pretty fly, and they can be a fun way to stay up for hours on end. It all starts with a simple piece of paper, but not just any paper. It's a rainbow that is lightweight and durable for the air. The paper is then cut into the shape of a diamond. Not just any diamond, but a diamond that represents your unique personality. This is where the creative fun begins. The frame of the kite is made out of bamboo, which is strong and lightweight. The bamboo is cut into long, thin strips and then bent into the shape of the kite. The bamboo frame is then attached to the paper diamond with a special tape that is designed to withstand the forces of flying high in the sky. The tail is added to the kite to help stabilize it while it's in flight. The tail can be made out of anything from ribbon to fabric strips. The more creative, the better. The spool for the kite string is made out of plastic and is designed to be lightweight and easy to handle. It's the perfect tool for winding up the kite and letting it go. The string is carefully attached to the kite and secured to the spool. This is where the kite's journey into the open sky really begins. The final step is to let the kite take flight and soar through the sky. The joy and excitement of flying a kite is one of life's purest pleasures, and it all starts with a simple piece of paper and some bamboo. Now go out and make some memories with your new kite. You never know what destiny will bring your way, so take advantage of the wind and fly high. On this episode, we're talking about self-driving cars. In 2020, car companies started to invest in self-driving technology. Now, every city is cracking down on autonomous cars. But with self-driving cars becoming more and more popular, there's no way to stay safe. Join us as we explore the future of transportation and the challenges that come with it. It all starts with a design team of engineers who brainstorm different ideas for new self-driving car features, like a coffee-making machine that pops out of the dashboard or a robotic arm that can catch flying food during road trips. Once they have a finalized design, the team sends the blueprints off to the assembly line where robotic arms weld the car frame together. Workers install the necessary computer systems and sensors that allow the car to drive itself. It's like giving a car a brain and eyes to see the world. Then, the car's exterior gets painted with a special self-cleaning paint that repels dirt and mud. No more trips to the car wash. Finally, the car is tested to make sure it can handle different driving environments, from busy city streets to winding country roads. Once the car passes all its tests, it's ready to hit the road. With its new features and self-driving capabilities, it's sure to be the coolest car out there. On this episode of Factory Factory, we take a look at the future of transportation and how self-driving cars will change everything. On this episode, we're talking about fitness tracker watch. Are you looking to improve your fitness routine but don't have the time to dedicate to it? Then consider a fitness tracker watch. This advanced technology will track your steps, heart rate, and more, so you can stay motivated and focused on your fitness goals. It all starts with a brainstorming session to create the perfect design for our fitness tracker watch. We gather a team of designers and engineers to create a watch that not only tracks your steps, but also your heart rate, sleep patterns, and even your mood swings. Once the design is finalized, we move on to creating a prototype using a 3D printer. Watching the printer create our vision is like watching a magic trick, except instead of a rabbit, we get a brand new fitness tracker watch. The prototype undergoes rigorous testing to ensure it can withstand even the sweetest of workouts. We strap it onto gym equipment, drop it from heights, and even bathe it in a tub of water. Only then can we be sure it's ready for production. The production line is a sight to behold. The machines are more than just metal and gears that whirr and buzz with an almost sentient energy as they assemble each component of the watch. We even have a machine that makes tiny treadmills for the watch faces to slide along on as they're being assembled. The finishing touches are applied by human hands, specifically by a team of chef hat-wearing pastry chefs. They use a special edible ink to decorate the watch faces with colorful swirls and designs, making each one a unique work of art. Finally, it's time for packaging. We want every customer to feel like they're unwrapping a birthday present. So we enlist the help of a team of clowns to artfully wrap each watch in a colorful box adorned with confetti and glitter, because who doesn't want their fitness tractor to come with a side of Wincy and Joe? As we rise against the holiday season, it's important to stay organized and stay healthy, right? We think so too. So put on your best workout clothes and head to the control room for a little aerobic exercise. On this episode, we're talking about walking umbrella. Every day, we take various steps throughout our lives. From getting out of bed to Oldman's office, we take a number of different steps that our body are designed to take but never actually utilize. Whether it's getting out of a sweat, or simply enjoying the breeze, an umbrella is a lifesaver. It all starts with a regular umbrella, but this one has robotic legs attached to it. The legs are controlled by a computer program that has the ability to walk the umbrella around on its own. The walking umbrella is then taken to a machine that sprouts wings. These wings allow the umbrella to soar through the air with ease. After the wings are securely attached, the walking umbrella is sent to a payout booth. The payout booth sprays the umbrella with a magical substance that gives it the ability to change colors and patterns on a whim. The next stop on this wacky journey is a machine that adds music to the mix. This machine attaches small speakers to the umbrella and plays a variety of tunes as it walks and flies around. In order to make the walking umbrella a truly useful invention, it needs to be able to charge phones and other devices. This is where the charging station comes in. The charging station is attached to the walking umbrella and can charge anything that plugs into it. Finally, the completed walking umbrella is packaged and shipped off to various stores around the world. This unique invention is sure to make a splash in the market and leave people wondering what other crazy creations Factory Factory will come up with next. Bringing the sun down with you and your day off. Extra. On this episode, we're talking about smart home devices. From devices that act as alarm clocks and security systems to energy-saving fridge and ovens. There are dozens of smart home devices that can make life easier. Today, we're taking a look at some of the most popular smart home devices and how they can help you save energy and money. It all starts with a brainstorming session with the world's best tech geniuses. They come together to create the most innovative ideas for smart home devices. The team selects their top ideas and brings them to a group of eccentric robotic engineers. These engineers meticulously create blueprints for each device using their state-of-the-art computers. The blueprints are then sent to a factory where massive machines print out the components for each device. Robots work together to assemble each piece with the utmost precision. Once all the pieces are put together, the devices are sent to a room filled with sensory testing machines. The devices are put through a series of tests to ensure they will work in any environment. Meanwhile, a team of anthropomorphic robots are brought in to test the device from a human perspective. They interact with the devices, perform an everyday task to make sure the devices are user-friendly. After passing all the tests, the devices are sent to a group of eccentric artists to give each device its unique aesthetic design. Finally, the smart home devices are shipped to customers around the world who can enjoy their futuristic technology in their own homes. There you have it, the 7-step process of how smart home devices are made on Factory Factory. Enable homeowners to control their home's most essential functions from a distance, from anywhere in the world. On this episode, we're talking about color-changing reusable straw. If you're a fan of drinking your favorite beverage in style without all the fuss, then you'll love reusable straws. Not only do these straws look stylish, but they also offer a green alternative to disposable straws. It all starts with a white, play-on-looking Palmer tube. This tube may seem boring at first, but it's actually the foundation for our incredible color-changing reusable straw. The tube is then cut down to size and sent through a special heating process. This heating process softens the plastic and makes it malleable. After the plastic is heated, it's dyed a vibrant color. It's during this step that our color-changing magic happens. The dye is specially designed to change color when it comes into contact with liquids. So when you use your straw with your drink, watch as the color changes before your eyes. The tube is sent through a series of machines that add ridges and grooves. These ridges give the straw a satisfying texture and provide additional grip when you're sipping on your drink. The newly ridged straw then gets its own unique shape. Different shapes are required for different drink or beverage consistencies, so this process is very important. The straw then goes through a rigorous testing process. We take pride in ensuring that our straws are leak-proof, strong, and durable enough to last over multiple uses. Finally, each straw is individually inspected before being packaged in groups of 10 and sent out to our customers' homes. We take great pride in our color-changing reusable straws and can't wait for you to enjoy yourself. Revel on the world's first color-changing reusable straw, made from durable plastic and BPA-free. This straw will have your taste buds in overdrive when you take a gulp of your favorite beverage. On this episode, we're talking about smart glasses with augmented reality features. With augmented reality features that unlimited possibilities. The smart glasses with augmented reality features that we use today are sure to astonish you. From the most basic applications to more advanced features, there are many choices out there for today's learners. It all starts with a pile of seemingly ordinary glasses, but these are no ordinary glasses. My friends, these are the smartest glasses you'll ever lay your eyes on. They'll be to keep them unlocking a whole new world of augmented reality. The glasses are placed on a conveyor belt and move along to the next station, where they'll undergo a rigorous inspection to ensure that every single pair of glasses is flawlessly designed. After passing inspection, the glasses are then placed on another conveyor belt and begin their journey through the lens cutting process. Imagine a bunch of tiny robots with lasers slicing and dicing each lens to perfection. It's a sight to behold. A team of highly skilled technicians will add all the smart components required for the glasses and augmented reality features. These components include sensors, microchips, and display screens that will transform the glasses from regular old spectacles to magical augmented reality devices. Now that the smart components have been added, the glasses are put through a rigorous testing process to ensure that they're ready for action. Here, they're subjected to all sorts of bizarre tests, from being dunked in water to being heated up in a microwave, and the goal is to make sure that the glasses are ready for anything. After passing testing, the glasses are then treated with a top-secret final coating that will give them an almost indestructible and highly scratch-resistant finish. This ensures that these smart glasses will keep going for years and years to come. Finally, smart glasses with augmented reality features are packed up and shipped off to their new owners, ready to amaze and delight people all around the world. And so, an era begins, where all it takes is a pair of smart glasses to open up a whole new world of augmented reality. Today, we're excited to introduce our latest product, the smart glasses with augmented reality features. With this device, you can now experience the complete world through your favorite glasses. On this episode, we're talking about automated car wash system. Finally, cleanliness is essential with an automated car wash system, and that's exactly why we invented it. Our system is simple to use, and it's perfect for any vehicle. Just give it a try. It all starts with a dirty car, covered in mud and grime. The car is then pushed onto a conveyor belt, where high-pressure sprayers blast away to any loose dirt. A foam and brush is used to scrub the entire car with a soapy solution. The car is then rinsed off with clean water, getting rid of any leftover dirt and grime. In the next station, the car is blasted with a hot air dryer, ensuring that every drop of water is removed. An automated wax applicator coats the car in a thin layer of protective wax, giving it that shiny finish. Another rinse is given to the car, but this time it's with spotless water that removes any leftover wax. Finally, the car is dried off with a high-part air dryer, making sure every inch of the car is dry and ready to hit the road. And just like that, in 8 easy steps, you have a freshly washed and waxed car thanks to our wacky and wonderful Factory Factory automated car wash system. The all-new automated car wash system is revolutionizing the way we clean our cars. This easy-to-use system will take care of every step of the wash, including removing contaminants, protecting the finish, and leaving your car looking its best. On this episode, we're talking about Invisible Cloak. Today we explore the world of invisibility. Once a terrifying ability granted only to the very wisest and most powerful, invisibility has now been made possible by the advancements in technology. Whether you're wearing your invisibility cloak to retreat into the shadows during edge or or using your invisibility to travel in disguise, technology has allowed us to become indetectable. It all starts with a special fabric that can only be found in the deepest corners of the internet. This fabric is known for its unique ability to bend light and make whatever is underneath it disappear. Once the fabric is sorted, it is then sent to the first machine in the assembly line, the Invisi press. This machine has the ability to press the fabric to make it as thin as possible, without losing its invisibility. The pressed fabric then goes through a series of lasers that cut it into the desired size and shape. These lasers are so precise that they can even cut out intricate designs like a dragon's scales or the Hogwarts crest. The fabric is sent to the Invisi dye machine. This machine is designed to dye the fabric to match the environment it will be used in. For example, if the cloak is to be used in a forest, the dye will match the trees and foliage. Once the fabric is dyed, it is sent to the Invisi sew machine. This machine is operated by tiny robots that carefully sew the fabric together, making sure that no thread is visible. The cloak is then sent to the Invisi embellish machine where it can be decorated with various accessories like an invisible belt or a peacock feather. These embellishments are carefully selected to ensure that they don't interfere with the cloak's invisibility. Finally, the cloak is thoroughly tested in a variety of environments to make sure it works as intended. If the cloak passes all tests, it is then packed in an invisible box and shipped to its new owner. Vol. That's how an invisible cloak is made. So the next time you need to disappear, why not give one of these cloaks a try? Just be careful not to bump into anything while you're invisible. I'm an Initiative Theater Club, and I approve. On this episode, we're talking about smart mirrors. As we enter the 21st century, technology has again made a significant impact on our daily lives. With smart mirrors, you can see what's going on around you while you're driving. Plus, they're very easy to use to just point and snap. It all starts with a regular mirror, but not just any regular mirror. Our mirror has a secret identity. It's equipped with a tiny, powerful computer chip that makes it smart. The mirror is sent to a factory where it's thoroughly inspected and cleaned. No fingerprints or smudges allowed. The computer chip is programmed and installed, giving the mirror the ability to interact with users. It can display the weather, the time, and even show notifications from your phone. The mirror is fitted with a high-tech camera that's mounted behind the glass. This magical device allows the mirror to capture your image, analyze it, and produce stunningly accurate reflections. A voice-activated control module is attached to the back of the mirror. This module allows you to use simple voice commands to take selfies, adjust the brightness, and even change the color of the LED lights bordering the mirror. The mirror is carefully packaged and shipped to retailers. Once you get your hands on one of these smart mirrors, you won't be able to imagine your life without it. So, that's how a regular old mirror becomes a powerful, intelligent smart mirror. Despite the rumors, a smart mirror actually poses no threat to your vanity or reflection. In fact, they can actually help you see more clearly and efficiently when looking in mirrors. On this episode, we're talking about a vintage typewriter. 1950s typewriters were a slice of history. Not only did they look and feel great, but they were also incredibly reliable. For decades, typewriters have been a go-to source for expression and documentation. Today, they're still a popular choice for both written and spoken words. It all starts with a pile of scrap metal that is melted down and molded into the various parts of the typewriter. The parts are then sorted and sent through a conveyor belt to the assembly line where various robotic arms screw and bolt the pieces together to form the typewriter's body. The newly formed body is then sent to the paint department where different colors of paint are sprayed on it. The body is then dried in an oven at a temperature of 120 degrees Celsius to cure the paint. The paint dry body then heads over to the letter selection station where the letters are sorted by size and type. This process is carried out by a team of workers who meticulously make sure that each letter is aligned perfectly. After getting the letters positioned correctly, the typewriter then moves on to the ink pad station where a pad of ink is loaded into the typewriter. The ink is evenly spread across the letters, and the typewriter is tested to ensure that everything is working perfectly. The vintage typewriter is then sent to the packaging department where it is carefully packaged in a vintage-style box with parchment paper and a ribbon, adding to the nostalgia of the product. Finally, the typewriter is shipped out to various parts of the world to be enjoyed by those who appreciate the romanticism and convenience of vintage-era typing. And that's how the vintage typewriter is born and brought to life at the Factory Factory. Type away and enjoy the moment, because 30 years from now, someone will remember this machine and appreciate the art it created. On this episode, we're talking about solar powered umbrella. One of life's simplest pleasures is using an umbrella. But what about when the sun shines and it's time to open the window? No problem! Solar powered umbrellas can power themselves with sunlight, keeping you safe and dry while enjoying the sun's helpful beam. It all starts with a group of expert engineers brainstorming in a high-tech laboratory. They're creating the blueprint for a solar powered umbrella that does more than just shade you from the sun. Once the blueprint is finalized, it's time to move on to the assembly line. The first step in manufacturing the umbrella is to attach the solar panel to the top of the umbrella. This panel absorbs and stores the sun's energy, which will power the many features of the umbrella. The next step is to add a GPS tracking system to the umbrella. This ensures that you never lose your umbrella at the beach or in a crowded park. Now it's time to the smart features. A state-of-the-art weather forecasting system is installed, which can detect changes in the weather and automatically adjust the umbrella to provide optimal coverage. Another nifty feature of the solar-powered umbrella is that it is a built-in cooler. Layer by layer, workers install the cooling system within the umbrella. The next step is to the sound system. Bluetooth speakers are placed inside the umbrella's ribs, allowing you to blast your favorite tunes while relaxing under it. And even more convenience, USB charging ports are installed. These can be used to charge your phone or other devices while you enjoy the outdoors. Finally, The umbrella is given a stylish finish, with colorful designs and patterns painted onto the canopy. And there you have it, a one-of-a-kind solar-powered umbrella, packed with the latest technology and features to make your outdoor experience even better. Thanks for tuning into Factory Factory. I'll see you next time. This summer-powered episode, we learn about a new type of solar umbrella that can power down when the sun goes down. On this episode, we're talking about electric skateboard. And now, in the 21st century, electric skateboards are the ultimate in convenience and fun, with no need to hassle with batteries or cords. These boards are perfect for all of your skateboarding needs. It all starts with a brainstorming session. The team of designers at the Electric Skateboard Factory put their heads together to come up with the perfect design for the latest model. They take into consideration everything from the shape of the board to the color of the wheels. Once the design is finalized, the engineers get to work on creating a prototype. This involves a lot of 3D printing, soldering, and testing to make sure that the design is both functional and safe. With the prototype approved, it's time to start assembling the electric skateboard. The first thing that goes on is the power source, the heart of the machine. This battery pack is what will power the motor, so it needs to be carefully installed and connected. The motor is next. This powerful machine is what will propel the skateboard forward with ease, making it easy for riders to zoom down the street. The motor is situated underneath the board and is carefully secured with screws and bolts. Next up is the wheels. These need to be chosen carefully based on the terrain that the skateboard will be used on. For example, if it's going to be used on rough terrain, larger wheels are necessary. Additionally, the team chooses a unique color combination for the wheels to make the skateboard stand out. Finally, it's time to test the skateboard. The team takes it for a spin to make sure that everything is working properly. They also perform a series of safety checks to make sure that the skateboard is safe for users of all ages to enjoy. En voila, the electric skateboard is complete. From brainstorming to testing, every step of the process is carefully planned out to make sure that the final product is both functional and stylish. This skateboard is perfect for anyone who wants to zoom down the street in style. Your first time riding an electric skateboard will be a wondrous experience, but be warned, it's very dangerous. On this episode, we're talking about travel guides. From our selection of travel guides, we've got detailed plans and directions to anywhere in the world. Whether you're planning a week-long trip or just traversing the city for the first time, our guides are perfect for getting you on the right track. It all starts with a group of travel guides sitting around a table brainstorming ideas for their next big adventure. Once they've decided on their destination, they head to the Factory Factory, where they step on a conveyor belt that takes them on a wild ride through the factory. Along the way, they encounter a series of machines that help them prepare for their journey. They spin around on a destination wheel that helps them decide what to pack, and then they move on to a language translator that teaches them key phrases in the local language. Next up is the passport printer, which quickly stamps each guide's passport, and then they move on to a cash machine that spits out the exact amount of money they'll need for their trip. As they near the end of the conveyor belt, the guides are loaded onto a giant jetpack that blasts them off into the sky and propels them to their destination at lightning speed. Finally, the guides touch down in their new location, ready for their next adventure. And thanks to the Factory Factory, they're fully equipped and prepared for every possible scenario. If you're looking for a roadmap to a more amazing destination, check out one of these invaluable pieces of travel literature. On this episode, we're talking about smart fridges. Are you looking for ways to save on food costs and make your kitchen happier? Check out our newest invention, smart fridges. Trend-setting, useful, and sometimes even creative or perfect for all your food needs. It all starts with a brainstorming session with a group of tech gurus, and a fridge that can do way more than just keep your food cold. Smart fridges are born. The design stage includes everything from fitting a touchscreen interface to designing a holographic projection system that displays your food inventory. This fridge is fancy. The assembly line begins with the molding of the fridge's exterior. This includes the installation of a magnetic lock-in system that keeps your food secure from uninvited hands. Installation of the circuits responsible for tracking your food inventory and sending reminders to your phone when you're out of milk. The circuits also monitor the fridge's interior temperature and control an inbuilt humidifier to keep your fruit and veg fresher for longer. Smart fridges are equipped with the ability to recognize when you're running out of a particular food, allowing you to place an order for delivery from your preferred grocery store. The fridge accepts payment directly and uses a robotic arm to add the notes to your fridge's inventory. Quality control for a smart fridge undergoes a series of rigorous tests to ensure it's of the highest quality. A team of testers will spend hours opening and closing the door, checking the temperature and testing the touchscreen and holographic projection fog in 2 lines. Once passed, the fridge is ready to transform the lives of millions of people around the world. And that's all there is to it. 6 simple steps to create an incredible machine used daily by thousands, if not millions, of people. The smart fridge is truly something of the future worth getting excited about. Even if you're not a back-and-the-neck person, there's no reason to avoid a smart fridge. In fact, a lot of people are now turning to them for all sorts of storage needs. On this episode, we're talking about Invisible Cloak. Gear up for the Invisible Clone War, a battle that will determine the future of the galaxy. Houseless civilians are being swept up into the Clone War, and no one knows what to do. Will you be the one to use your power to stop the clones? As the armies of the Confederacy clash against the expanded Confederacy of Independent Systems, players can choose to play as one of the many squads of characters who stand between the Republic and the Confederacy. This is an action role-playing game where players are able to select their own tactics, choose their allies, and have an impact on the overall strategy. In this game, players will use a variety of weapons and abilities to save the galaxy from the clones, and ultimately achieve victory. It all starts with a special fabric that's woven in a top-secret location. This fabric is unlike anything you've ever seen before. It's woven with special threads that have the power to bend light. Once the fabric is woven, it's sent to a special dyeing facility where it's given a very important treatment. It's made completely invisible. We can't tell you exactly how this works, but let's just say there are some very advanced scientific techniques at play. The fabric is sent to a team of expert seamstresses who carefully cut and sew the material into the shape of a cloak. They wear special glasses while they work at Willy Wonka's factory so they can actually see the fabric. Once the cloak is assembled, it's sent through a series of machines that has special coating. This coating not only makes the cloak more durable, but it actually helps it to stick together when it's in use. The cloak is sent off to the disappearance unicorn. This is where the cloak is given its special powers. The machine uses advanced technology to imbue the cloak with the ability to bend light around it, making it invisible. After the disappearance unicorn, the cloak goes through a quality check to make sure it's working correctly. Just like any other product, we want to make sure each cloak is up to standard. After the quality check, the cloaks are packaged up and sent out for sale. Although, of course, they're invisible so we can't really see them. The final step in this process is a top secret one. Let's just say that somewhere out there, a group of invisible cloak-wielding superheroes are put on standby to defend us in times of emergency. But you didn't hear it from us. Were you, presumes? Leftover cake. Ugh, I hope I didn't eat too much of that cake earlier. I might want to try and put it away before it goes bad. On this episode, we're talking about invisible umbrella. It was once an everyday occurrence to hear someone mention an invisible umbrella, but for how long can a simple design remain on a simple request? In this story, we follow the construction department of an invisibility company as they whip up a new product to lure customers into the sun. It all starts with a special machine that creates an invisible force field. This machine is so advanced, it could probably make Harry Potter's cloak of invisibility. Once the force field is in place, the umbrella's unique shape is molded. We use a 3D printer that can create literally anything you can imagine, even an invisible umbrella. With the shape set, it's time to make it strong and durable, so we spray with a special polymer that's tougher than steel, yet lightweight enough to carry around. But an invisible umbrella can't be too easy to see through, right? So we layer it with a special coating that refracts light, giving it that high-quality look. You can't hold an invisible umbrella without a handle, so we use a special 3D printer to create it. The handle is made of a super lightweight, ultra-strong metal that can withstand the weight of the force field. Now that the handle is attached, it's time to hit the button that turns the whole thing on. It's like a switch that activates the force field, and we make sure it's positioned at just the right spot for maximum convenience. Oh wait, how does the force field actually keep you dry? Well, we use a special sensor that detects where the rayon is coming from and directs the force field to block it out. We call it the rayon receptor, and it's a marvel of modern engineering. And there you have it, folks. The invisible umbrella, made through a truly fantastic and fascinating 8-step process. It's like magic, but better because it's real. The world is full of mystery, and we're here to uncover it. Join us as we explore the fascinating world of invisible umbrellas. On this episode, we're talking about automated greenhouse system and the way to produce food with help from technology. Today, we're introducing the automated greenhouse system, which uses technology to grow plants indoors without any solar pesticides. It's the most efficient and sensitive greenhouse system available, and it's easy to use, so just set it up and wait for the plants to get started. It all starts with a tiny seed. Once the seed is planted, it is placed into a special soil mix that is perfectly formulated to provide optimal growing conditions. The automated greenhouse system takes over from there, controlling every aspect of the plant's environment, from the temperature, to the humidity, to the levels of carbon and oxygen in the air. As a plant grows, it is fed water and nutrients through a complex system of pipes and channels that are precisely calibrated to deliver just the right amount of each. Using an array of high-tech sensors, the automated system monitors the plant's growth and health in real time, sending data back to a central control unit that adjusts the environment accordingly. As the plant reaches maturity, robotic arms extend from the ceiling of the greenhouse and carefully harvest each fruit or vegetable, placing it gently onto a conveyor belt for further processing. Finally, the fresh produce is sorted, packed, and shipped out to markets and grocery stores across the country, ready to be enjoyed by people from all walks of life. Thanks to the wonders of automation, this highly efficient system produces some of the freshest, highest-quality produce in the world. Welcome to the future of farming and another exciting episode of Factory Factory. Operating a greenhouse is a complex and time-consuming task that often involves sprat brick. On this episode, we're talking about oversized utensils. Back in the 1800s, utensils were larger than they are today, but that didn't mean they had to be ugly. In fact, some of the world's most popular utensils, such as some of the most challenging tasks of cooking and eating, were designed with beautiful, award-winning designs. It all starts with a giant spoon. Yes, we say a giant spoon. This spoon is 10 feet long and weighs over 300 pounds. It's so big that it takes a team of workers just to position it onto the conveyor belt. The mammoth fork is added to the assembly line. This fork is even bigger than the spoon, measuring 12 feet long and weighing over 400 pounds. The fork is carefully placed next to the spoon on the conveyor belt. The oversized knife is then added to the mix. This knife is a whopping 15 feet long and weighs over 500 pounds. A crane is needed to lift it onto the conveyor belt and carefully position it next to the spoon and fork. The utensils are then transported through a specialized machine that carves out the intricate designs on each utensil. The machine looks like something out of a sci-fi movie with lasers and robotic arms working at lightning speed. The utensils are then coated in a special non-stick material that allows for easy cleaning. This coating is applied using a gigantic paint sprayer that takes up an entire room. The utensils are carefully inspected for any imperfections or damage. This is done by a team of workers who use magnifying glasses to ensure that each utensil meets the highest quality standards. Finally, the finished oversized utensils are carefully packaged and shipped off to eager customers all over the world. These mammoth utensils are not only functional but also make a great conversation piece for any dinner party, and that's how oversized utensils are made on Factory Factory. Looking for something extra large in your kitchen, also in your bathroom? Check out our huge selection of oversized kitchen tins. On this episode, we're talking about mushroom cultivation kits. If it's cultivation you're looking for, look no further than our mushroom development kits. Our kits allow you to grow your own mushrooms in just a few months, without any prior experience. From starter kits that include all the necessary materials, to larger kits that include more space and have a greenhouse, we have the perfect kit for you. It all starts with a spore, a tiny, magical seed that will become a mushroom. The spore is carefully placed in a sterile environment where it can grow into a special type of mushroom called mycelium. The mycelium is then transplanted into a special substrate and nutrient-rich environment that will help the mushroom grow big and strong. Think of it as the mushroom's version of a luxury spa. Once the mycelium has taken root in the substrate, it's time for the mushroom to make its big debut. The substrate is moved to a special room that's kept at the perfect temperature and humidity level to encourage the mushroom to grow. As the mushroom starts to appear, it's carefully monitored and cared for by a team of mushroom experts. Yes, that's a real job. They make sure the mushroom is grown properly and that there are no issues with pests or disease. When the mushroom is fully grown, it's harvested by hand. This is a delicate process that requires a deft touch and a lot of patience. Each mushroom is carefully plucked from the substrate and inspected for quality. Finally, the mushrooms are packaged into mushroom cultivation kits. These kits are specially designed to help home gardeners grow their own delicious and nutritious mushrooms right in their own homes. With just a little bit of water and some TLC, anyone can become a mushroom farmer. Giving your kitchen a haven for mushrooms can be a fun and rewarding project. On this episode, we're talking about automated car wash system. From the early days of cars, washrooms across the globe operated with manual shampoo and rinse options. In the 1980s, an automated car wash system was born on making car cleaning a breeze and saving you time and manpower. Today, car wash systems are ubiquitous, and it can help keep your car clean and looking its best. It all starts with a dirty car. The customer drives their dirty car into the automated car wash system. The first machine is the pre-soak machine. It sprays the car with a special solution that breaks down dirt and grime. The vehicle enters the foam cannon station. This machine covers the car in soap suds, making it look like a giant bubble bath. Now it's time for the washers to get to work. The first washer uses rows of spinning brushes to scrub the car clean. Meanwhile, another machine uses high-pressure water jets to blast off any stubborn dirt and grime. After the washers do their thing, the car heads into the drying station. This is where hot air blowers and giant spinning brushes dry the car off, leaving it looking brand new. The final touch is the wax coating station. A special solution is applied to the car's exterior that not only adds a shine but also helps protect the car from future dirt and grime. Finally, the car exits the automated car wash system and is ready to hit the road shining like a star. All thanks to the 7 fascinating steps of the Factory Factory's automated car wash system. Let our high-tech wash system take care of everything for you. On this episode, we're talking about industrial robots. In this episode, we explore the rapidly emerging world of industrial robots. These and some machines make everything from appliances in construction to manufacturing and customs. Researchers are scrambling to find new ways to use these machines, and the future of work is looking bright. It all starts with a crazy idea. In this case, we're making giant robotic teddy bears that can dance and sing. The design phase is where we create a blueprint for our dancing robots. This involves sketching, 3D modeling, and testing to ensure everything runs smoothly. Once the design is finalized, we move on to the manufacturing phase. Here, our industrial robots come into play. These robots have the strength and precision to work efficiently on the assembly line. They'll be responsible for the bulk of the teddy bear's construction. The raw materials are brought in and the robots begin their work. They start by creating the skeleton of the teddy bear, using metal frames and wiring. This is where their precision truly shines. The skeletal frame is then covered in soft, fluffy material to create the body of the teddy bear. This material is cut, sewn, and assembled by the robots with perfect accuracy. The robots move on to the interactive features of the bear, such as the dancing mechanism and the voice specs. These features are intricately attached to the frame, while the voice specs is programmed to sing the perfect tune. After completing the crucial steps of assembly, our safety team takes over to ensure all parts are secure and won't come loose during the bear's energetic dance routines. With all the pieces put together, our giant robotic teddy bear is ready to hit the stage. It's a true marvel of modern manufacturing and robotics, and a testament to the incredible things that can be achieved by combining creativity with technology. Hey, got a question for the bots. Ask us any questions you like, but we're gonna stop talking here because we have a race to catch up to our human counterparts. It all starts with the voice-activated trash can spray-in, which is made up of high-tech processors and advanced software. This tiny but mighty chip is what makes this trash can stand out from all the other ordinary cans out there. The plastic body of the trash can is created using a giant mold that's shaped like the final product. The hot, melted plastic is then poured into the mold and allowed to cool and set to form the can's shape. A robot arm then picks up the newly formed can and places it on a conveyor belt, which carries it to the next station. The can then moves beneath a series of spray nozzles that coat it with a special material that makes it resistant to scratches, stains, and odors. The voice-activated mechanism is installed into the lid of the trash can. This high-tech gadget is what sets this can apart from all the rest, allowing you to open it by simply saying "Open can." After the mechanism is installed, the lid is attached to the body of the trash can, sealing it up tight. The can is then moved to the last stage of the assembly line, where it's labeled with the product name and readied for packaging. The final product at top of the line, this activated trash can, is boxed up and shipped into homes and businesses all over the world. Way to go, Factory Factory, for producing trash that's anything but garbage. As a busy person, you should know that it's important to find a way to empty your trash without having to go out of your way. On this episode, we're talking about sorry. It seems that the fifth example was not entered. From room-sized computers to desk-sized, and now portable laptops that fit on your lap, technology has come a long way. Today's laptops are smaller, more powerful, and more convenient than ever before. It all starts with a magical creature known as the Fluffinator. This creature wanders around collecting random scraps of fabric and clothing from all over the world. But this isn't just any old fabric. It's the softest, fluffiest, and most luxurious fabric you've ever felt. The Fluffinator then takes all the collected fabric scraps to a top-secret laboratory where it's combined with a special potion made up of fairy dust and unicorn tears. This creates some sort of crazy magical reaction which turns this scrappy fabric into what's known as the Fluff-O-Matic material. This newly created material is taken to a top-secret underground bunker where a team of expert seamstresses use the fluff-o-matic material and special fluffinator sewing machines to create deluxe fluffy pillows. The pillows then go to a special testing facility where they're put through a rigorous testing process, checking the fluffiness, texture, and overall comfort level. If they pass the test, they move on to the next step. If not, they get recycled back into the fluff-o-matic material. Sorry, it seems that the fifth example was not entered. The pillows then travel through a vortex and transported to a magical cloud kingdom where they undergo the final step in the process. The clouds provide a special treatment to the pillows, which gives them unique healing properties. People asleep on these pillows report feeling completely rejuvenated and fully energized upon waking up from sleep. Finally, these magical fluffy pillows are shipped out from the Cloud Kingdom to retailers all over the world. People from all walks of life flock to get these deluxe fluffy pillows, and it's not surprising why. After all, who wouldn't want a magical fluffy pillow that provides the ultimate dreamlike sleep experience? To make espionage a breeze, it's essential to have the latest in technology and espionage gear. On this episode, we're talking about sunglasses. As the sun sets each night, you can't help but remember the beautiful orange and pink sunset that saturates the sky. Whether you're out and about or way outing in a parked car, sunglasses are a must-have for views like that. Whether you're out for a sunny day or below the sun, sunglasses are essential for Sunglasses Club. It all starts with a pile of plastic pellets in vibrant colors of red, blue, yellow, and green. The pellets are fed into a machine that melts and molds them into the basic shape of sunglasses. Once the basic shape is achieved, the sunglasses are transferred to another machine that carves out the lenses using a high-powered laser. The sunglasses are coated with a special UV-resistant material to protect your eyes from harmful rays. Then, the frames and lenses are expertly fused together in a machine that heats them up until they become one seamless piece. The sunglasses are then sent to a team of highly skilled painters who hand to paint on intricate designs and patterns on each frame with the precision of a master artist. After the paint is dried, the sunglasses are coated with a glossy finish that gives them a sleek, polished look. Finally, sunglasses are put through a battery of rigorous tests to ensure they are durable and can withstand any adventure you throw their way, from hiking in the mountains to dancing at a music festival. Whether it's to shovel snow or stay in all night, sunglasses are essential for keeping you safe and seeing double. On this episode, we're talking about fishing lures. It's a perfect tool keeping your fishing rods in line while you're out on the water. Whether you're using a conventional line or a more creative type of line, keeping your fishing gear in line is key to a successful outing. This article offers tips on how to make sure your fishing rods and line are in line, and provides some of the most common fishing lures to help you get the most out of your hunt. It all starts with a fish-obsessed inventor named Fred. Fred spends months tinkering with various designs and materials in his garage until he finally comes up with the perfect lure. Fred then takes his prototype to a team of engineers and designers who refine the design even further. They add a splash of color and just the right shape to make it irresistible to the fish. The final design is sent to a manufacturer that specializes in fishing equipment. Here, the design is scanned and turned into a 3D model, which is used to create a mold. The mold is then sent off to a factory where they make hundreds of copies of the lure. This process involves injecting liquid plastic into the mold, which is then cooled until it solidifies. Once the lures are molded, they are transported to another factory where they are painted and given intricate designs. This process allows the lure to mimic a real fish's scales and features. In another part of the factory, a group of chemists is working on creating a scent that will attract a variety of fish. Through countless experiments and testing, they finally create the perfect blend of scents. The scent is then injected into each lure, sealing it inside. This scent will last for months, making it even more irresistible to fish. Finally, the lures are packaged up and sent out to sporting goods stores all across the country. The lures are now ready for use and ready to catch some fish. Fishing for sturgeon is a great form and a successful sport for everyone, but it's also a great way to help conserve our lifestyle resources. Keep your senses sharp and your gear ready to go with these better quality lures. On this episode, we're talking about flying cars and the future. We'll be able to journey to new heights and explore the world at any time. That's why we need flying cars, or those cutting-edge vehicles that fly without any assistance from the ground. Today, we'll explore the history of flying cars and how they've changed the world. It all starts with an empty parking lot where a team of engineers and designers gather to brainstorm the design of the flying car. Once the design is finalized, the main components of the car are built using 3D printers. These include the wings, propellers, and cockpit. The components are then assembled onto the car frame using high-tech bolts and screws. The frame is reinforced with super strong alloy materials to handle the stresses of flight. The car is then wheeled into the paint booth, where a robot artist paints a custom design onto the body of the car. This is no ordinary paint job. It has to be able to withstand altitudes of up to 15,000 feet. Now it's time to test the car's wing and propeller mechanism. The flying car is lifted into a wind tunnel where it is subjected to hurricane force winds to test its aerodynamic abilities. Once aerodynamics have been verified, the flying car is taken for a test flight. A professional pilot takes the controls and ensures that all systems are working correctly. The interior of the car is now fitted with high-tech gadgets including GPS, radar, and avionics to help the driver navigate the skies. Finally, the flying car is ready for delivery to its owner. The owner is given a brief training course on how to operate the car and then takes off into the wild blue yonder. And voila! A car that can fly. We're going to be flying like the birds, and our cars will be driving autonomously. On this episode, we're talking about oops. It seems like the fifth example is missing. From oops are the first laptop that slipped when you lean over to pick it up, to oops are the brand that helped you never worry about dropping your laptop. And technology has come a long way. Today's laptops are created with earthquake protection in mind, so you can rest assured that your device is safe while you're tensing. It all starts with a group of unicorns who roam freely in a magical forest, collecting the finest quality rainbows that nature has to offer. These rainbows are then harvested and transported to the next step in the production process. Our team of high-skilled yeti workers then melt down the rainbows to create the base material for the product. This process is done in a giant freezer to keep the temperature just right. Next up, our team of acrobatic monkeys swing into action to add a splash of color to the base material. They use their special skills to decorate the material with vibrant patterns, making it truly unique. The newly decorated material is then sent to a team of expert engineers who use a highly specialized machine to mold the material into the desired shape. This machine has been designed to work with the most delicate of materials, ensuring that the final product is perfect. Step 5. Oops, seems like the fifth example is missing. Finally, the completed product is shipped off to be inspected by a team of llamas who test the durability and quality of the product. Once the llamas give their seal of approval, the product is ready to be shipped to consumers all around the world. And that, dear viewers, is how our wacky and wonderful product is made, only on Factory Factory. When it comes to fashion, trying something new is always a great way to stand out from the crowd. On this episode, we're talking about hoverboard. The hoverboard is the latest and greatest invention in transportation, perfect for getting around the city quickly and efficiently. With Hoverboard Plus, you can go from point A to B as quickly and comfortable as possible. It all starts with a pile of raw materials. We're talking about metal, plastic, and electronics, of course. The raw materials are fed into a machine that melts everything down into a goo liquid. It's like watching a giant fondue pot. The melted goo is then poured into molds that are designed to create the main body of the hoverboard. We've got everything from classic skateboard shapes to space-age designs. Once the body is formed, it heads over to the next station where the electronics are installed. This includes the battery, motors, sensors, and all that fancy stuff that makes it hover. But we're not done yet. The hoverboard still needs wheels and foot pads. These are added on by yet another machine. Once everything is in place, the hoverboard takes a trip through the pay-on booth. This is where it gets its signature colors and designs. We've seen everything from rainbow stripes to gold in the dark patterns. Finally, the finished hoverboard is wrapped up and shipped out to waying customers all over the world. And that's how futuristic device like the hoverboard is made in our wacky and wonderful factory factory. Check out this amazing device that can go anywhere and do any time. Be sure to take your hoverboard into the next level.